again on yesterday. I am hoping that today is as productive. It seems it's an exciting program. Workshops are workshops, right? It's my hope that we're going to get our hands dirty, really talk to the issues, speak to the issues, and agree on how these issues that we have on the ground can now begin to be solved. Starting with the mini grids this morning, and then later, as the DG has said, with the other two topics. So thanks very much for getting us also this day of practical discussions. As the room gets filled, it's my hope that today we will be able to hear more and learn even from the experience of where it's working. Finally, on the visit later today to the Genocide Memorial, I think it would be very, very important for everyone to make time to go. While it's obviously, like you said, a moving experience, it's also a very inspiring experience to show you where this country has come from. Mm-hmm. The ashes of the genocide just less than 30 years ago, everything in destruction, to see a country that's now dreaming to be high income by 2050 with a clear vision of how we get there, I think is very inspiring, and we can all always learn from that experience. So I really invite you all to make that time to go, and hopefully it's an experience that we'll not forget. So thanks very much, DG and the team and everyone else on the table. Let's start.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have, as I mentioned, a program which is focused on answering questions. This is, in a sense, a formal but not a formal session. We would like to hear from you about the questions that you have, how we can make the programs more to suit your needs, because ultimately we can offer the best programs, but if they don't answer people's needs, then they are useless. That's what we hope to learn from it. For what the global experience is, we have put together a panel of people who know this subject like the back of their hands. We have William Brent, Sugata Mukherjee, and Rutiyomba Eustace, who have worked on solar mini-grids in the African continent, and therefore can provide a great deal of experience on project level issues, as well as the kind of regulatory issues which led the private sector to come into these areas. That brings us to the issue of regulation. And I'm delighted that we have Professor Ignacio with us as well. We have Ms. Rolake Akin-Kubge Filani, who talk about the issues related to how we move ahead on regulation. My colleagues, PC Sharma and Oni are here, who focus both on projects and the regulatory support. And as I said, we are looking at regulatory support in the context of the history of regulation in your own country, because that tells us the 2 or 3 kinds of options that are possible for moving ahead on regulatory processes. And what we would like to do is to then provide you with pros and cons on what each of those options provide. And as political leaders, we would like you to make a decision on what is best for you. As I said earlier, the economic analysis that we carried out tells us that if a village is more than 10 kilometers from the grid, it is cheaper to use solar plus batteries to provide electricity than to extend the grid. That's number one. If the population density, overall population density, is something of the order of 200,000 people per square kilometer, it makes sense to have a solar grid. If it's less than 200,000 people per square kilometer, it is better to have solar home systems. So economically, it makes sense. but we would like to know how it can make sense from a project, from a business model point of view. Ultimately, you don't want these solar mini grids to become white elephants. You want them to be working. The people we have here talk about how you can ensure that they work. It is also very clear that we are talking of investments that we can leverage the private sector to provide, but more importantly, the kinds of maintenance that is required would be provided by the private sector, because their provision of services implies that they are paid and therefore they can maintain the systems. This is truly different from creating a solar mini grid and leaving it there. We look forward to a discussion, and I request PC Sharma and Oni to join us and to lead the discussion. Nico, is Nico here? Nico, why don't you? So Nico will moderate. Nico is with Incensus, the regulatory affairs advisor that we have, and would also coordinate the discussion, panel discussion that we have later on. Oni, why don't you join us as well? Okay.
I'll make some presentation.
Right. Right. No. I'm requesting Mr. PC Sharma to make a presentation on solar mini grids. And Oni, can you take the discussion forward as we go? Okay. So I think we just sit on the sides.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We'll also want to request one of the panelists, Ms. Rolake, to also join the table. And moving forward, Mr. PC Sharma will make a presentation on the scaling solar mini grids through sustainable business models.
Thank you, Oni. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. To set the context, I have been given 5 minutes to go through this presentation. The highlights are that the statement is SDG 7 speaks about achieving energy access by 2030. But what the analysis shows, whatever we are doing, despite at the current pace, despite all the efforts, there are going to be 660 million people without energy access by 2030. So we are not going to achieve this SDG 7 goals. With the current technologies, it's not, and the business model, it's not possible. So world's progress on electricity access will have an impact on SDG 7 and 13. But the normal approach to achieve energy access is by grid extension. But there are challenges in achieving this energy access by grid extension. The challenges are delay in planning, implementation, cost, and operation and maintenance of these grids, and of course, low utilization in the remote and rural areas. There are emerging renewable energy solutions for this, utility scale and solar rooftops, mini grid, solar home systems, and other DRE solutions are also available. Yes, so this slide shows where is the space for this mini grids to achieve universal energy access. There are areas which are deeply dense. Their population is there, grid is there, electricity generation is there, but there are far-flung areas, the remote areas where it's not possible to extend the grid due to all these factors of cost and implementation process. So there is a space between the two where it's advisable to achieve the energy access by installing or deploying of solar mini grids. So that space has been found out. So we can target that. So that is the area. And there are techno-economic analysis also done for the mini grids that it's cost effective and reliable to supply electricity in remote areas by deploying solar mini grids. But why are solar mini grids not scaling? We have done the analysis. We are saying it's cost effective. But why still there is not much progress on deployment of solar mini grids? The issues are policy and regulatory. We need to place a proper policies and regulatory systems. Yesterday also, all the discussions on the bilateral, it was raised, the issue was raised that we need to have guidelines and regulations to promote solar deployment. And of course, financial issues are there, how to access the finances. There are finances flowing for the renewable energy sector, for solar energy sector. It's viable, but then we need to ensure how these financial resources are available at the right place. And technical competence, capacity, and awareness. This issue was also raised by all the dignitaries present in the yesterday regional meeting, and that there is a lack of capacity to maintain these systems. It can be deployed, finances can be made available, but how to sustain those? So for that, we need technical competence and capacity. And of course, it starts with the awareness about the system. We need to sensitize the community. We need to sensitize the policymakers. We need to sensitize the ministries, different stakeholders. There are emerging sustainable business models also in solar mini grids. It has been tried, like in India, it's known as ABC model. A means anchor, B is business, and C is consumers. In Kenya, there is build, own, operate, and maintain model. In Tanzania, it's build, own, operate, maintain, and appliance financing, and franchisee model in Nigeria. But we need to adopt these business models as per the needs of that country and as per the requirements of the communities. Yes, so these are the critical factors that had been identified for sustainable solar mini grid business models, smart project structuring, use of technology, simulation and of rural economy. So these have been identified, but technology are available, but it will be different depending upon the location. Although any other solar technology, whether it is solar home system or other application, it always depends upon who is the user, what is the location of the project. So key levers for universal energy access will be suitable policy and regulatory framework, access to affordable finance, capacity building and training, development and scaling of sustainable business models, and development of an enabling environment for interventions. And I hope all the panelists will discuss all these issues in detail, and that session will be fruitful. You will come out with the answers also. Well, I will skip. It's not moving. It's not coming up complete. I'll be skipping this slide also. Next slide. Rajendra, please, next slide. Next slide. But I need the next slide. Skip this slide, Rajendra. IT. Yes. So key recommendations to accelerate this universal energy access are technology deployment, where to extend the grid, where to deploy solar mini grids, and where to deploy other distributed renewable energy solutions. It can be any solar home system or other applications. And policy and regulatory framework. We need to create a clear policy and regulatory framework for scaling this solar mini grids projects. And of course, to create an enabling ecosystem for private investments. As most of you are aware, government has limit to provide funds for these projects. No technology can be scaled up without intervention by the private sector. It was raised, the issue was highlighted by Honorable Minister from Ethiopia also, that private sector investments are must to scale up any system, and not only mini grid, but any other solar applications. And of course, capacity building, we need to create capacity. We need to train people to sustain all these business models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. P.C. Sharma. Moving very quickly, we would like to present the enabling regulatory frameworks. So I'd like to start this discourse by sharing two quotes, because this sets the context of the presentation and the session in general. So the first one says, mini grids aren't a new electrification approach. What is new is the set of policy, regulatory, and financing mechanisms that the government will introduce or has introduced to accelerate development of renewable energy. So this sets the context of this particular discussion and the session that will follow towards it. We're looking at mini grids in a different light, what is going to be viable, what can work, and with the second quote by Dr. Ajay Mathur says, despite the viability of mini grids as the least cost approach to electrification of the last mile centers, there is the need to ensure that the key enabling factors are in place to scale this deployment. So we're not introducing anything new. There are several business models that are already introduced, but what we're saying is that the governments need to introspectively coordinate and ensure that there is the right regulatory framework for these to happen. And in placing a lot of emphasis on regulatory frameworks, this is because research has shown that the importance of regulations as the key enabler for private sector participation is undisputable. Regulatory frameworks support interventions, whether it's from donors or PPP models or whatever form of framework that we have. This exists where there is the right enabling framework for it. It also ensures that there's sustainability and compatibility with what energy diversification mix that we have. And generally, what this means that it shows that the country is investment ready, and that helps to mobilize private sector investments and ensure energy access or security. And ultimately, fossil fuel dependence is reduced. Now, while most of our member countries are eager to attract grants and donor-funded projects, we have, through our analytics and advocacy, understood that these externally funded projects have very lower chances of sustainability in the long run. We find that projects have been abandoned once the funding cycle is over, and this is because there hasn't been the long-term maintenance built into the structure of the projects. So ISA has developed this intervention model to help provide the regulatory supports and ensure that there is the enabling ecosystem that ensures that even when grants and cycles, funding cycles have been exhausted, that these projects continue to be sustainable and viable in the long run, and also ensure that it's affordable for the citizens as well. Then in working towards this objective, we usually take the three-step approach, which is the needs assessment and evaluation of the entire country's framework, the gap analysis and development of those regulations, which I'll discuss in a bit. So on the first, assessing the regulatory framework, we look at all the technical risks that are involved in the existing regulatory ecosystem of the particular country. So this is analyzed to derive the direction for the other activities that would follow. And in assessing this, we strive to understand the unique electricity market of the particular country, the peculiar challenges that it has, and this is both from the viewpoint of the government and of the private sector as well. So thus we categorize into three groups: primary components, secondary and tertiary components. And then the second step is usually the gap analysis. So once we identify what the gaps are in the particular frameworks, then coming from the understanding of the regulatory history of the particular country and the specific geopolitical or socio-economic context of the country, then we make the recommendations. And in making those recommendations, this is developed to suit the policy framework of the country. It may include recommendations on business models, tariff setting, licensing, technical standards, grid connectivity, and a whole list of others. And usually this is influenced by the historical background and the current situation of the country. And the last is usually the drafting of the policy and regulatory framework. So here, there is the comprehensive development of what the country needs, the regulatory systems that it needs to establish in the particular system. The decision-making process in this is quite complex, and ideally, we encourage dialogue involving all relevant stakeholders, including the different ministries. It can be energy, finance, environmental, all the ministries, and then that will help to build a consensus. And then we leave the country to establish those regulations that we have held to midwife. Then, yeah, I'd already spoken on this. Then there are other modes of interventions that we provide where we don't need to go the full haul of going through the 3 stages. We can come in and provide interventionists, whether it's about helping to ensure that there are solar receptive frameworks in the electrification roadmap, or dedicating our time to creating the regulations, the requisite regulations for mini grids or for utility solar scale, or even creating some level of framework for the public partnership models. And we can also provide regulatory and institutional capacity training as well. So ultimately, our goal is to create the ecosystem that ensures an affordable and sustainable mini-grid model and overall mobilize investment for solar mini-grids. So this ISA regulatory support program is open to all member states, but with priority to African states and small island states as well. So the main aim, as I had already spoken is to work with countries to put policies and regulations in place that will strengthen their framework and promote a favorable environment for mass deployment of renewable mini grids. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nico. I'm the CEO of the consulting company Enensis, and I'm the moderator of the following panel discussion. I'm here as a mini-grid expert with roughly some 20 years of experience in drafting policy and regulation for various African and Asian countries in the mini-grid space. And we're talking about solar mini-grids today and what it takes to actually get these on the ground in Africa. I'm also, by the way, I'm also a podcaster, and whoever wants to dive deeper into the mini-grid subject is recommended to listen to the podcast, The Mini-Grid Business. There are 2 episodes online, more are going to follow every second week. I'm being joined today by Mr. William Brent, Chief Marketing Officer of Huskpower. He's got, Huskpower is in the market for mini-grids, operating mini-grids for 15 years now, with more than 200 mini-grids in operation in India and Nigeria. I'm being joined by Mr. Sugata Mukherjee, General Manager of Tata Power Renewable Microgrids. They are scaling mini-grids in India since 2019, and they're rolling out fast with the power of the Tata background in industry. Then we have, please come here and sit at the panel. Please take the chair over here. Mr. Rutiyomba Ostage from ERE Rwanda and Sanmoksha Power. He's developing mini-grids in Rwanda and will represent the Rwandan perspective as from the private sector side. Then we have Ms. Rolake Akinkugwe Filani, the former advisory board member of the African Energy Chamber. She's from Nigeria and knows the Nigerian situation and framework and the market inside out. So we're looking forward to hearing more about what's going on in the lead market for mini-grids in Africa. And we have Professor Ignacio Perez Arriaga. He is the interim director of the African School of Regulations. He has worked as a regulator in Spain and has also worked at the highest heights, you could say, of academia on regulatory subjects. But now let me first turn to you, the audience, because this is for you, and I've got good news for you. Like after some 15 to 20 years of experimenting with solar mini-grids in Africa and all over the world, I can say that it's happening now, right? We are there. We have the business model sorted out. We have the technology sorted out, like prices are super cheap, like PV panel prices have come down, LFP battery prices have come down, will come down further, inverter prices have come down drastically. So prices are on the lower end. So now it's the time to actually implement. No need to wait any further for price reductions. We have funding available. World Bank, AFDB, and others are channeling billions of US dollars into the sector. And many of you who are here today are making your own arrangements with these organizations. Private equity and debt is coming into the sector, supporting private mini-grid developers and operators with hundreds of millions of US dollars. There is no financing issue anymore. Mini-grids have been understood finally as mini infrastructure and are getting the attention as mini-grid infrastructure in our sector. And last but not least, we have experimented a lot with regulation for mini-grids in various countries in Africa and Asia. And nowadays, I believe that the regulatory challenge is well understood and we are ready to deploy. So it's more about scaling. It's about deploying now. Compared to main grid operation, mini grid operation requires a lot of entrepreneurship, right? You have to go down to the ground. You have to actually work with the local communities, with the local people. That requires presence, that requires entrepreneurship, that requires new ideas, innovations, all of the time, not once, continuously. And that's why over the last 2 decades, like private sector operational models have shown to be the more successful models compared to government-driven models. And therefore, private sector is being very much promoted throughout the mini-grid sector. And mini-grid companies are ready to scale. And with that, I would like to invite William. Will, would you like to share your pitch presentation that you prepared and give us some insight into how you want to work in Africa and what you have to deliver to the African rural communities? We're still seeing the, not seeing the presentation screen yet, William. And we're not hearing you yet.
Okay. Well, so hopefully you can hear me now. I've resolved that problem. So good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the ISA for hosting this.
We're not hearing you yet, Will.
You're not hearing me yet.
There seems to be some technical issue here.
We can hear William. I think some technical issue at the conference hall.
People connected virtually can see the screen.
Can we try to reconnect Will to the audio system?
You can also present from your side, Nico. You have the PDF, if that's possible.
Okay, now we have the presentation screen. We see the presentation screen.
And can you hear me, Nico?
But we still cannot hear William yet.
Ignacio, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. I see the screen and I can hear you.
Same here. So I think.
So we need to change something here? Or?
Yeah, so we just say next. So he will change.
Yeah, but we need to hear William, otherwise he cannot present.
So can you do the next slide? Yeah, like this.
Yeah, but it's not me presenting. It's our online guest presenting. Well, I was just advised that you should choose the English language button, that you should select that button.
Okay. Where do I find that?
Ah, we can hear you. We can hear you. I think we're fine.
Hold on. Okay. Well, but let me try and share again. All right, let's try this one more time. Okay, can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Fantastic. Okay, let's try this again. So good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. Thanks to the International Solar Alliance for having Husk Power here today for this important workshop. And I'm excited to share actually a sneak peek of an announcement that Husk Power will be making next week at the African Climate Summit. My colleague, Olu Ariuke from Nigeria, will be in Nairobi to make that announcement. And I apologize to those of you in Kigali. I originally was hoping to be there in person, but got COVID, so I was not able to travel. So as Nico mentioned, we are now, after 15 years, Husk is a 15-year-old company. We're now at a point where the mini-grid industry is finally starting to scale and scale at speed. So I want to tell you just a little bit of background about Husk Power and the announcement that we're making this week, what that entails, and why we think that's an exciting opportunity for us to partner with governments in sub-Saharan Africa. So Husk Power, as I mentioned, we started in India in 2008. We build, own, and operate our grids. We have more than 200 in operation today. We have 500 employees across India and Nigeria. And we've also raised more than $40 million in equity and debt up to this point. We expect to announce within the next month or so what we think is the largest financing in the mini-grid industry to date, a combination of equity and debt for $100 million, 40 million in equity, 60 million in debt. And the majority of that capital, which I think will be interesting to this audience, will be dedicated to Africa and scaling in Africa. India, we're well on our way to scale. Africa is our core focus for the next 5 years. And we have a business model that is viable, that we have proven over the past 15 years after much trial and error. We announced profitability, or we're EBITDA positive or profitable on an operational basis in Q4 of last year. So we know that we can execute our business. We are scaling very quickly. In India, for example, we can deploy 16 mini-grids per month on an ongoing basis. We're also seeing a huge amount of carbon CO2 that we're displacing by moving customers from diesel generation to solar electricity. We have more than 10,000 SME customers. So this is much more than just about powering households. It's also about powering the rural economy. And over the 15 years, I should point out, and I'm sure my friend Sugata from Tata will also talk about this, we have been forced essentially to evolve our business model. When we first started, it was let's build electricity and transmission and distribution networks, and people will come. The reality is that that's not the case. So our business model is actually evolved to include several layers of services. Electricity is just the start, right? That's just the beginning. What we also do is we provide sales and financing of appliances. So these are energy efficient appliances that the customers otherwise wouldn't have access to. We also provide the financing necessary for them to purchase that. That increases our demand load. It also improves the livelihoods of our customer. We also do for those customers in the rural communities who want a standalone solution because we have strong EPC capacity internally. We build our own mini grids. We also do rooftop C&I, commercial and industrial. And then lastly, we do a lot of energy services. So we are already doing electric motorcycle leasing and battery swapping in Nigeria. We have agro processing centers that we've created with the local communities that we serve that allow for smallholder farmers to aggregate their production, add value to it, and then get it to market. So there's been a lot of discussion around the fact that mini grids are the lowest cost solution, but they're also the highest serviced solution. And I think that's a really important point that people often miss, which is that, yes, we can come in, we can mobilize private capital and extend electricity services to last mile less expensively than the grid. From this slide, we're also providing service that traditional utilities do not typically provide. So we're actually accelerating rural economic development while also connecting communities to electricity. We scaled in India, in the process of Nigeria. And why is this important? There's 380 million people in Africa. The World Bank estimates that they are best served by mini grids, but we need 160,000 of them by 2030. At the current pace, we'll only get to 12,000. So there's a need to very radically scale mini grids and the rollout of mini grids in Africa. And that's why we are announcing a initiative that we're calling the Africa Sunshot. So it's 5 years. The target is to have 2,500 mini grids in sub-Saharan Africa within that 5-year period with 1 million connections that will benefit nearly 8 million people. We intend to, of course, power households, but also 20% of our customer base in Nigeria, for example, is MSMEs. So we have the opportunity to connect more than 200,000 MSMEs, which will really drive economic growth and job creation. And then we're also going to be doing the rooftop C&I. In that process, we'll be removing a lot of CO2 by replacing diesel generation. And that also adds to our bottom line because we're able to monetize the offsets on the voluntary carbon market by doing it. So we're very excited to do this. We also have some specific level goals. As I mentioned, we're already in Nigeria. Our original target was to build 500 mini grids there. We've doubled that to 1,000. We plan to enter the Democratic Republic of Congo this year. And we think we have the opportunity to build 500 mini grids there. And we're also looking to identify 4 additional countries where we can create public-private partnerships with the government and build, operate 250 mini grids in each of those 4 countries. We've got a great team to execute that. We're already executing in India, Nigeria, and we look forward to working with additional partners in sub-Saharan Africa, especially governments, to make this vision a reality. Thanks so much.
Thank you, William. As you may have seen, we're talking about relatively large numbers here. There's a reason behind. Mini grid operation actually involves a lot of fixed costs, right? You need a company structure, you need your actually staff on the ground, you have a lot of fixed costs in your assets and so on. This means that this fixed costs needs to be distributed across a large number of kilowatt hours sold. This is only possible if you operate your mini grid model at many sites at the same time. So therefore, scaling in each country where you're active in is a minimum requirement. Like, it's a requirement for any mini grid company. And this is, so now my first question to Sugata. from your perspective, what is the minimum scale that you would need to reach to actually make a mini grid business profitable? I know that your scaling vision is extreme, right? But what would be the minimum and where do you want to reach?
Well, thank you very much, Nick, for this is a wonderful question. Actually, I wanted to give some background before I answer to your question first, so that
please go ahead.
We had the privilege, and first of all, sorry, before that, thanks to ISA for creating this platform where we can share our experience and also learn from the others. As William has been saying, that this business model has evolved a lot in India. Okay, so we have been privileged in Tata Power to gain that experience that Husk Power has done in last 10 to 15 years and learn from that experience also. What he has mentioned, selling the electricity is not the main thing. First of all, we have to create the entire ecosystem, and that is the main objective for all the microgrid, mini grid initiatives that in India that we are the private players are doing all together. So basically, the main objective is whether the ecosystem is existing, identify that, or we need to create the ecosystem also for the mini grid, work in that area. Like in Tata Power, what we have done so far. In India, again, the policymakers have done an extensive job towards the access of electricity. Now, theoretically, access to electricity is everywhere in India. But is it serving the purpose? Is it serving the objective of the population? Is it serving the objective of the economic development of the country? No. The reason behind that is access to electricity doesn't mean access to reliable electricity, access to 24/7 supply. It doesn't mean that. So what in Tata Power we are focusing upon, that there is a huge requirement in our country for 24/7 electricity, and our country is still, despite the economic development in all the areas, we are having almost 1/3 of the global average of electricity consumption. The economic development is directly correlated with the electricity consumption. And the mini grid, when you are asking about the scale, what should be the minimum scale? The answer has to be driven from that. What is the requirement of the reliable electricity in that particular area where we are going to plan for the mini grid? And also before that, we need to see that whether mini grid is the best possible solution. We have done in the previous presentation also. There are basically three options: national grid of electricity, mini grid, and the household electrification by the solarization of the home lighting system. All these three systems have different parameters, and they have their own advantages as well as disadvantages. But mini grid has the best advantage in terms of the access to electricity in many areas. If you permit, I will just share one slide here, which will give us some understanding that why it is important for us to have the mini grid in certain areas. 1 second, please. Is my screen visible, Nick? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Yes.
So basically, if we see that there are these three alternatives: solar home lighting system, or the microgrid or the central grid. The microgrid has most of the things like it can be used in the geographies of any rural and rural remote area. It can be implemented in different terrains also. It can be implemented in plains. It can be implemented in difficult terrains. It can be used for the medium or low density of the population area. It will be suitable for any of them. It can be, it can have a AC output of three-phase supply, which is very critical. For solar standalone system, normally we always consider the DC output. Now the DC output has the disadvantage that the DC energy equipment is also not readily available everywhere. Then we should also think about the microgrid can be implemented as an off-grid microgrid with the grid integration capability. That means we are preparing for the future. Whenever we are implementing a microgrid, we need to understand that whether the microgrid will be a solution there for a long time, or there is a possibility of the grid integration, whether because electricity demand is a variable parameter. And it has been seen across the world, whenever you provide access to electricity in some area, gradually the demand for the electricity consumption increases in that area. And that increase in consumption depends upon also the potential for the economic growth of that particular region. So we need to have a thorough understanding that if we are planning to have the electrification in this area, then the microgrid can be the most suitable thing, considering that in future, with the same microgrid, with the grid integration capability, we can integrate with the national grid, which is the best advantage for the microgrid. And the economic growth drivers. Now, the microgrid can be for the household. Microgrid can be also for the micro enterprises, which can be developed in the area. And it can also now the availability of the appliances, like I mentioned, that the DC solar home lighting system will not have the availability of the equipment everywhere, but the microgrid, which is providing the AC supply, it can provide that. Now, considering all these advantages of the microgrid out of the 3 parameters, we have to identify the specific region-wise what are the options that are available for in terms of the economic growth potential of that microgrid, and accordingly we need to take that call that whether we can go ahead with the microgrid for that particular area and what should be the minimum size of the microgrid for the economic growth potential.
Thank you, Sugata. Sorry to cut you short here. We need to proceed. I think the message is quite clear. Microgrids have their sweet spot where you want to go for productive use of electricity, where you actually want to stimulate economic growth, where you create markets, right? Where you want to support your rural communities with power that allows them to be productive. So that is where the microgrids have their sweet spot. And then everything that Sugata just said, integration with the main grid needs to be considered, but mini grids can be fast. But coming back to my initial statement, and I think that is a second message that has also become quite clear. If you as government think about a mini grid program, don't start small, because if you start small, then you don't reach the scale to actually break even, and then your program will fail. You have to reach a certain threshold to allow the mini grid companies to scale to a certain level. And you have to provide them with villages of a certain size that have the potential to develop. So now, let's go back into Africa. There is a kind of a flip side to all this kind of scale requirement and the money flowing into the experienced mini-grid companies, right? From an African perspective, these companies that can deploy mini-grids at scale are usually international companies, right? And therefore, I would like to bring Mr. Rutiyomba into the discussion, who is a developer here in Rwanda. And Rutiyomba, like, how can small domestic companies with less experience in the mini-grid space still make a difference? How can you contribute?
Thank you. Thank you. African companies can contribute, bringing in the local knowledge. International companies may have the capacity, the experience, but they lack the knowledge. For the mini-grid development, there is a need of community engagement. This one should not be, the international companies will not be able to immediately engage the community. Large companies will not be able to understand immediately the local requirement, the challenges. But the local, African companies are at the place where the activity is, the project are being executed. So they'll be in a better position to bring the community engagement. The African companies, the local companies, will be in position to engage the community for the maintenance, the operation of the mini-grid once they are completed. Thank you.
Thank you. William Sugata, do you want to respond to that directly with one sentence or two?
So, Nico, it's very difficult for me to hear the audio, so I'm not entirely sure what has been said. But on the topic of international versus local, I should note that, you know, we have a policy as a company that 100% of our staff that we hire in countries where we operate in Africa are local. We have 100 people working in Nigeria today, and we expect that number to grow. I also should say that, you know, we are also very open to partnering with local mini-grid developers. It's not a either or. There's also an opportunity for partnership, and we are open to those conversations, as well as partnering with the discos. We're already in conversations, late stage conversations with discos in Nigeria to do what they're calling interconnected mini-grids there, where we partner directly with the discos as well as some of the communities that they're serving today, take on some of that last mile connectivity and service. So I think that, you know, I think we have to be flexible. If we really want to achieve the goals of SDG 2030, it's going to take all players to work together. And so,
thank you, Will.
If you're a local mini-grid developer working in Africa, and you're looking to learn and benefit and provide insights for us as well, because it's a two-way street, we're very open to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that comment and that little discussion here. Now, I think from a government perspective, the next logic question would be, which of the villages in my countries are suitable for solar mini-grid electrification? And like what I have to tell you, and what you probably already know, is that there is a difference between electrifying a small village, a small rural village with some tens or even 100 or 200 customers, compared to electrifying a large village or a small town with some 1,000 customers, right? In the large town or in the small town, like in the town, let's say, if you supply 24/7 reliable electricity, what happens is that local entrepreneurs will become active. They will establish new businesses. They will bring in machines, electric machines. They will connect them to the distribution network. They will use the electricity productively because they find a local market for their products and services. This is completely different in a small village. right? In a small village, you have just a very small local market, which is often not connected to the larger national market. And therefore, it's very difficult to trigger exactly that that trajectory, that kind of connection between electricity supply and productive use development, local economic development. And again, coming back to our mini grid companies, do you want to elaborate on that a little bit, share some experience about electrifying small villages, electrifying large villages? Just 1 or 2 sentences. Sugata, maybe you?
Sure. So absolutely rightly pointed out by you, Nick, that the small villages and the large villages are definitely having a different requirement altogether. I would rather say that in each of the villages, definitely there is a economic potential for growth, and it will be different. It will be different, and the extent of the potential for economic growth will be different in small village and large village. In India, let me share with you on Tata Power, after we got the feasibility analysis, and we also considered the learning of the other mini grid players like Husk Power. What we have presently doing is that we consider any village with population with about 400 household or so, or 400 household, and take them as a potential mini grid market, considering that if the household is at that threshold level, there may be the economic growth potential in that particular village. And we have seen that is absolutely true when we have implemented 200 mini grids in India as on date. In each of the mini grid where we have installed our supply, after installation of the mini grid, there is a further requirement of the growth, and more than 50 village level entrepreneurs have been created who are completely dependent upon the mini grid supply, and they have created their new business only on the basis of the reliable electricity from the mini grid. So I think that's also another learning which can be extended in other areas wherever there is an economic growth potential. And we need to see that what is the growth driver for the economy. Like in India, in our villages, all the economic growth is coming from primarily the agri-related business. In the agri-related business, each villages have different kind of requirement. In some of the villages, they require perhaps there is a potential for a spice pulverizer can be set up in the village, which we have after implementation of the mini grid supply there. They are now set up that. So
thank you, Sugata. And let me jump in here. And in many cases, it's actually the mini grid company which is installing these kind of additional usage of electricity. And especially in Africa, the smaller the village, the more what we call rural industrialization approaches are required to make mini grid electrification in this village a viable option. All right.
Just if I want to add one more point here, Nick.
Okay, Sugata, please.
That in Tata Power, what we have presently also doing, we have a tie-up with a government organization, SIDB, Small Industry Development Bank of India, which is again a government of India organization, and partnering with them for creating 1,000 micro enterprises in the village area who will be getting the supply from the mini grid. So this kind of initiative is also equally important when we consider the mini grid developer to come into the market. And since there are all the senior government delegation member here, so this kind of creating the ecosystem for development of the micro enterprises in the mini grid market, that should be facilitated. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. So after all, when you as government have a certain amount of money to be spent on a mini grid program, then it's your decision to either let the private sector go for the larger villages, spend less grants, right? Because less grant will be required in larger villages in town per connection, or you decide to send the private sector rather to the really rural, deep rural areas where then the grant requirement per connection will be higher. Which now brings me also to our next subject, which is policy frameworks and regulations that are required to establish mini grids in African countries. We already talked about this. Nigeria is the lead market for solar mini grids in Africa. And we have Rolake here today, who's from Nigeria and knows a lot about the Nigerian framework. And Rolake, please, tell us what the secret sauce is in Nigeria. How does it work? How have they made it happen?
Good morning, everyone. Well, I don't know if there's a secret sauce, but I'll do my best. So Nigeria introduced mini grid regulation back in 2016. It was a collaboration between the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and also the Rural Electrification Agency, which introduced the strategy and implementation plan. Today, we have two basic structures in mini grid development in Nigeria. We have the standalone systems, and then we have the interconnected mini grids. So we've had about 7 years to take stock as to how well this piece of legislation is doing. And I'm glad to say that we've seen considerable progress. Early last year, the government introduced, working with several organizations, development organizations, introduced the Integrated Mini Grid Acceleration Scheme, which would see the deployment of 23 mini grids across 11 states. Nigeria has 36 states, so that's about a third coverage to more than 20,000 homes and potentially affecting several multiples of hundreds of thousands. Now, what has been the feedback and impact on the sector? I think the first thing to mention is that the mini grid definition ranges from 100 kilowatts to 1 megawatt. And one of the ways regulators made it quite easy for companies to get onboarded into the scheme is that it allows those who are operating up to 100 kilowatt systems to apply for registration instead of permits. So you're automatically already reducing the level of red tape and bureaucracy. Now, one major thing that has been highlighted is that if you're applying for a mini grid permit or license for up to 1 megawatt, then you have to be sure that over the next 5 years, within your coverage area, there is no distribution company that's going to provide coverage in that area. If there is a distribution company that will be providing coverage in that area, you have two options. The first option is that you can either integrate your system into the grid, and so it becomes an interconnected grid, or you can sell your assets. Another benefit of this is that you're allowed to essentially receive the money for the value of your assets, plus an additional incremental 12-month revenue sum. Now, what all this means is that, and because I have a background in energy finance, what all this means is that it provides an attractive breeding ground for funding to come in. However, recently, stakeholders, and my company is a member of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and one of the things that we've done recently is to go to the regulator, NERC, and say, actually, we've had 7 years of this legislation. It's allowed companies to scale. It's allowed companies to provide solutions. However, we're now at an inflection point. And what we need to see is additional clarity around some of the key items, which will then crowd in private sector funding. So one of the things we've requested is that, can we take a portfolio approach to mini grid development, where as a project developer, I can come in and apply for coverage across a range of locations and across a range of projects. And then on top of that, can I apply for a tariff regime that covers all those locations? This structure would be particularly attractive to financiers. The second point around this is, can we extend the time limit for permits beyond 5 years. I mean, I'm a financier. I know typically project finance for renewable energy projects, we're looking at 10 to 15-year money. We're looking at low cost financing. Ideally, you want single digit interest rates. We're also looking at ideally local currency financing. And so for us, as an ecosystem, if you speak to the financiers, these are some of the things that are absolutely critical for mini grid acceleration and scaling. The other thing I would mention is that we need to find structures that help us de-risk the investments. You find situations where a company that wants to integrate into the grid now has to deal with a tariff structure that is alien to, for instance, a standalone system. Under a standalone system, typically you can apply cost reflective tariffs that take into account all the money you've expended across the entire value chain. So the multi-year tariff order, which the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission introduced, may not be sufficient in its current state for scaling. The final thing I will mention is that part of the principle behind regulation is that it has to be fit for its time. One of the biggest macroeconomic changes we're seeing in Nigeria recently is at the start of this new administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the government removed fuel subsidies. That was a big one. Many African countries know that petroleum subsidies became quite a big opportunity for renewable energy developers to come in and provide more cheaper and more sustainable solutions. There will be an influx of companies looking to provide these solutions, particularly with the integrated mini grid acceleration scheme. But there's a need to see that legislation is able to keep up with an opportunity in the market, which may not be around for a very long time. And I think finally on this point, and I can go into more detail later, is really around the incentive structure around the entire ecosystem. We have tax breaks, we have tax holidays, but across many African countries, we talk about the fact that we need to retain value locally. So we can have a situation where we're importing almost 90 to 100% of the equipment beyond local assembly. What incentive structures can we introduce into the system to ensure that we can move to a point of local manufacture and local sourcing of equipment for mini grid development? And this is important because of exchange rate devaluation across many African countries. It's very expensive to import. You need all sorts of licenses to import equipment into the country. Nigeria being a case point. So there'll be a need for the regulatory environment to evolve to ensure that these schemes can be scaled and accelerated. And I think these are some of the things that Nigeria has tried to do. There are challenges. So it's not the magic sauce you mentioned is not sort of, it hasn't been plain sailing essentially. There are a few challenges and I can talk about how some of those challenges are playing out. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolake. Let me bring in Ignacio. Ignacio, from your international experience, can you reflect on what Rolake just said? Do you have additional recommendations or do you agree with what she said?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you to the International Solar Alliance for inviting their regulatory viewpoint. Thank you for your question. Well, I think that has been mentioned by William before that in Africa we need 160,000 mini grids, and that will cost something like $90 billion. I have heard before the figure of 200,000 mini grids and $125 billion. So we are talking about that. I think that it is possible to think of a few mini grids, 200 mini grids. This is what Hash Power has deployed so far. You need 1,000 Hash Powers to cover all that is needed to electrify Africa from the mini grid viewpoint, with the mini grids that are needed. So I think that we have to think big, as you were saying before, and to consider what is the dimension of the problem. And for that, we need businesses, as it was said in the introduction by ISA, businesses that are sustainable, that are not there only for a few years and then disappear, and scalable. So all these 200,000 mini grids is possible to be built, so they are scalable. And I think that there are many initiatives, like the one that has just been described for Nigeria and many other places, that address a fraction of the problem, but a small fraction, not the entire problem. Because the solutions are not scalable, are not economically viable in the long term or fully. Of course, the situations are very diverse, and we can have what Sugata was presenting and what William was presenting, which is viable solutions because they combine some anchor loads, and they combine some customers that can pay, and cross-subsidization internally in the mini grid, and a lot of efficiency and good practice and capacity in building the mini grids. And they have a niche of mini grids that are viable and that meet all the requirements. And then you could have some others that with additional lowering the costs, and well, it will be bootstrapping with some productive uses and customer engagement and all that, they will be able to also become viable. But you will have a large majority of these 200,000 mini grids that will not be built, and they need an enabled regulatory and business model environment. And so this is what I can discuss briefly. So for economic viability, what we need, and we don't have to invent anything, is what works in distribution. We have distribution utilities all over the planet, and they are viable. And they are viable because they are remunerated with the efficient cost of service. And the cost of service is different if you have a large mini grid per unit or a smaller one, or if it is an isolated, difficult access area, or it is an easy place. Each one of them has a cost of service, and that cost of service has to be remunerated. And some regulations, like the Nigerian one, has been mentioned, Maito, well, they have this approach, and they compute what is the efficient remuneration. What happens is that that regulation doesn't say how this is going to be paid, which is the key issue. And so we need, on the one hand, for the developers to have a regulation that guarantees that the efficient cost of service will be paid for. And we know that in many places, we don't have the situations that William or Sugata were describing, and people cannot pay that tariff. This is too costly for them. So what do we do? Well, we need a subsidy. We need to complement what the tariff could be, that in my opinion should be the same tariff because the service is similar to the ones that have access to the main grid. And the difference with the cost should be a subsidy that should come from development partners, from the government, it depends on the situation, or cross-subsidization. Cross-subsidization and subsidization has been considered a forbidden word, but we have it in every country. I live in downtown Madrid, and there are people living from 60 kilometers from Madrid in the mountains. We have the same tariff. People in downtown Madrid subsidize the people living in the country, in the countryside. That happens in every single country. We pay urban and rural the same tariff, and the costs are completely different. So why not cross-subsidize from the people that are connected to the grid to the people that have mini grids, are connected to mini grids? There is no reason not to do that. So that will be a source of income, this cross-subsidization. Of course, there are countries in which the number of mini grids is huge, the are needed is huge, and the number of people connected to the grid is small. Well, okay, we have to have patience. We will have other sources of financing. So we need a plan, and that has been mentioned. We need that the country has a national electrification strategy considering grid extension, mini grids, standalone systems. We need a business model and regulatory model that determines who is going to do what, And we need auctions, for instance, that provide low risk for those who participate in the auction and win the auction in a long-term vision of 25 years with a contract that guarantees that they will receive the revenues from the tariffs and the subsidy coming from external sources, but they will have guaranteed the remuneration. So the cost of service has to be applied to the remuneration, and the tariff does not need to be cost reflective. The tariff, the end consumer tariff, could be something that is affordable, and the difference should be paid with the subsidy. So I think that we need that kind of vision. And then, of course, we have to solve the many problems of it is smarter to do the auctions for a portfolio, not for one. We need to be careful about the import taxes. We have to incentivize engagement with the community, and this is something that Husk Power and Tata Power are doing very, very well.
Ignacio, sorry, we have to move on now. I think the message has been sent. Cross-subsidization from the main grid to mini grids is an option that may be considered in the future. And that would bring the tariffs to a national uniform level, right? So that is the main message here. Rolake, you wanted to contribute once more?
Yeah, so I guess I wanted to make two contributions very briefly, just on the issue of cross-subsidization. I think it has to be looked at, in addition to what Professor Ignacio said, it has to be looked at on a country-by-country basis. Nigeria currently faces an issue where if the grid was stable and connected to every community, you would actually achieve grid parity, because the tariffs on the grid are actually more affordable, than many of the solutions currently being offered. But part of the problem is many Nigerians are off grid, so it's a moot point. So I think the ability to cross-subsidize on the national grid depends on the extent of grid connectivity. The other point I wanted to make was really around looking at more creative affordability solutions. We haven't really delved deep into consumer finance, but one of the things my company does is my company provides affordable housing, but it also builds utilities. It provides utility services. And as project developers, you know that your offtake risk is a big part of the viability, commercial viability of your project. So one of the solutions we're looking at is how do you introduce a single cost of housing and utilities in such a way that the attractiveness of financing housing and then being able to afford the utilities, particularly electricity, which is a big cost of that, is rolled into one. And I think there are solutions out there. We're speaking to a development finance institution, which is looking at green housing and sustainable housing and generating a single payment point that integrates the cost of housing, either via micro mortgage and the cost of the utilities in one, to underwrite the offtake and the demand side in such a way that makes the financing of that dwelling unit affordable. So I think this is another thing that would be interesting to explore.
Thank you, Rolake. Yeah, I think this is all going into the direction of sector coupling, right?
Yeah.
Building sector, like construction sector, electricity sector, agricultural sector, electricity sector, mining sector, electricity sector. There are so many opportunities out there. Sector coupling is definitely something to consider. Now, let me open the discussion to the audience. We are now open to answer your questions or address your concerns. Do you want to moderate this or shall I?
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. The minister from Ethiopia.
Good morning, everyone, again. And thank you very much for your brief and short explanation and presentation. Actually, I would like to say a few points with regard to Ethiopia. Already we have started about 10 solar mini grids with a capacity of up to 350 kilowatts. And of course, almost all of them are still under the operation of the government. The government-owned enterprise called Ethiopia Electric Utility, cross-subsidizing the whole things. Of course, still we are planning on establishing and developing power from 270 mini grids, which actually World Bank funded. I don't know actually how it's going to be. It's something it's still on process. And still some others are also coming from GIZ and UNDP. But the most important one is already we have started mobilizing certain equipment for different 9 sites, which has been funded by the GIAP, Green Energy Alliance for the Planet, in 9 different sites in Ethiopia, especially for productive use. And the proposed purpose is actually to follow what we call ABC model. Now the question is it actually practically effective to use ABC models? And is there any country who has so far exercised it, and what were the challenges that they have faced? I think that's very important for us to draw a lesson from them. Thanks so much.
Yeah, maybe, William, this could be a question for you or Sugata. If you don't want to take it, I will answer.
Yeah.
Sugata, please go ahead.
I would like to take this question. It's a very good question, sir. And really, we in India, both Power as well as Tata Power, we are working on the ABC model, and it has become a very, very successful in our area. The first thing that we need to see here, that what are the other options? So, when we are calling about the anchor-based model for the microgrid, we need to see this anchor has their own business and they require electricity for their business. With the present cost of the microgrid electricity, whether their businesses are becoming viable or not. In India, we are trying to help these micro enterprises, like in Tata Power, what we are also doing, like I mentioned a little earlier, that we have a tie-up with a government agency who is also providing easy financing for the micro enterprises so that they can create their own business. At the same time, we are providing them energy efficient motors and other equipments for their business so that they can do it. So this kind of ecosystem is development is also presently both Power and Tata Power. We are doing that in certain areas. And what I believe that if like in Ethiopia, what the minister has been, honorable minister has been mentioning, government is ensuring certain funding also for the developer and etc. So if some assistance be provided for development of the economic activity and the micro enterprises, which can act as an anchor to the microgrid and support them from the government side also, it will be of great help.
Thank you. Yeah, let me add to this one more sentence. Usually, local economic development doesn't happen on its own, right? Especially the smaller the sites, the more support will be required. And that support can come from the mini-grid company directly or from a third party. And it's up to the government who provides the subsidies to decide which model you want to take. Next question.
Thank you. Julia had raised their hand.
Okay, thank you very much for this eloquent presentation by the presenters. I just want to add to what my sister Leki from Nigeria mentioned, what she deliberated on. Actually, I want to add that we in the Ministry of Power, especially my Department of Renewable and Rural Power Access Department, which oversee the activity of REA, which is a major player to provide electricity to rural communities in collaboration with development partners and investors like her. We are actually discussing with the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, which she has already earlier mentioned that from 100 kilowatts and above, you have to get license. We want 100 kilowatt to 1 megawatts. We from the ministry, we are collaborating with REA, with the regulator to raise the bar up to 5 megawatts so that there will be a lot of entry and also to mitigate the risks she mentioned earlier in development of renewable energy and also access to rural community. And also I want to add with the signing of the new Electricity Act, which was signed in June this year, it has already unbundled the power sector, especially even the distribution companies, which will give entry into, entry or investment by private sectors to development of mini grids and other, associated power that is expected to, empower the rural communities for their development. Thank you very much.
Let me respond to that quickly, very quickly. Yeah, thanks a lot. I think this initiative is very much appreciated to kind of raise the level, the threshold for licensing to 5 megawatt. But I would like even to go one step further and challenge, like, why is a threshold required anyway? What is it good for, right? It's more or less just an administrative kind of threshold to tell the regulator which process to take, right? But other than that, if there is a rural village that requires 10 megawatts of power because there is a small industry there, like, why would you not allow a mini grid company to just go there and deploy, right? So yeah, do you want to answer? Please.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank my honorable representative from the Ministry of Power for his contributions. This is something that we've also been advocating for. I think the context is important here, Nico, because when the 2016 mini grid regulations were introduced, there was already an existing process for large projects. Sure. So in a way, the new regulation had to plug into an existing framework. The other thing we discovered in terms of private sector advocacy is that in terms of the ability to scale fast and the licensing requirement, because it was phased according to size, for a lot of finances, it was quicker and easier to sort of close transactions on the smaller projects. But clearly, the point around the scale of projects needs to evolve. But you have to remember, there is a major information gap here. One of the challenges with the current regulation is that the government has placed the onus on the project developer to determine that a DISCO, a distribution company, does not intend to move into a particular coverage area. Now, not all distribution companies provide information across the entire network. So that process is quite cumbersome for a company. And the government introduced the Nigeria Energy Planning Tool in collaboration with the Rockefeller Foundation and Sustainable Energy for All, I think it was last year, which would make it easier for developers to find out where the potential coverage opportunities are. But I think we need to do more for DISCOs to actually provide their 5-year, their 6-year, 7-year, 10-year strategic plans so that it's easier for private sector developers to determine where the opportunities to supply electricity to last mile consumers are.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot. I fully understand. I was actually the advisor to NERC at that time when the regulation was established. So I very much know what the legal basis of that was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shall we have one more last question?
Yes, one more question from any other contribution? Okay, Burkina Faso, please.
OK, merci à vous. Merci également aux présentateurs. Alors, disons que le débat de mini-réseau, on peut en faire toute la journée, hein, on ne finira pas. C'est un sujet qui est très passionnant. Alors, moi, je voulais d'abord partager l'expérience de Burkina Faso. Disons qu'au Burkina, on a eu quand même à réaliser des mini-réseaux par le gouvernement, quelques mini-réseaux, mais on a été confronté à des difficultés d'ordre technique. Alors, notamment sur la partie puissance. Voyez-vous, quand l'électricité arrive dans une localité, les gens sont vite amenés à mener des activités économiques et qui fait appel à des équipements de pointe qui demandent plus de puissance. Donc, de sorte que, notamment les équipements tels que les moteurs, vite mis sur ces réseaux et ont mis le réseau out. Donc, ça, c'est la première contrainte qu'on a eu à faire. Et également, en termes de coût du kilowattheure, quand on compare un peu le coût du kilowattheure de ces mini-réseaux au coût du kilowattheure national, alors on se rend compte que l'écart est énorme. Alors, on a aussi une deuxième expérience avec le privé, où on a lancé des mini-réseaux à réaliser avec les privés, et en soumissionnant ces privés-là n'ont pas pu, en tout cas, nous prouver que ce projet est rentable. Donc, pour eux, il faut vraiment une subvention pour que ce projet de mini-réseau soit rentable. Donc, ça veut dire que alors, le mini-réseau, il faut vraiment relativiser. Alors, il faut relativiser, il faut prendre en compte le coût d'installation, le coût d'exploitation et également le renforcement des capacités qu'il faut pour maintenir ce réseau. Et alors, pour revenir au mini-réseau proprement dit, alors moi je voudrais quand même qu'on recentre un peu le débat. Alors, le débat, c'est donner l'accès à l'électricité à la population. C'est pas le mini-réseau. Et donner l'accès à la population, alors pour moi, il y a quand même pas mal de types de connexions qui existent, voilà, en dehors du réseau national. Alors, nous savons qu'il y a quand même les réseaux monophasés, voilà, que tout le monde connaît bien. Il y a ce qu'on appelle les réseaux à câble de gaz isolé qui utilisent les lignes de transport haute tension pour accorder les localités qui sont autour de l'ordre de 50 km. Donc, pour moi, alors, quand vous me dites que sur un rayon de 10 km, le mini-réseau serait rentable, je ne vois pas où est-ce que vous mettez ces différentes technologies de l'électrification rurale qu'on développe dans certains pays. Est-ce que ces technologies sont prises en compte dans vos calculs des rayons de 10 km? Alors, par la suite, dans tout ce qui a été dit, je n'ai pas entendu le coût du kilowattheure. Toutes les tests qui ont été faites, notamment sur les mini-réseaux dans les différents pays. Alors, combien coûte le coût du kilowattheure? C'est quoi l'écart du coût du kilowattheure par rapport au coût du kilowattheure du réseau national? Voilà. Et pour terminer, alors, je voudrais qu'on mette l'exploitation des zones isolées dans un contexte global. Alors, qu'on ne l'isole pas du plan de l'exploitation du pays. Donc, j'ai beaucoup apprécié l'analyse de la Nigérienne, alors, qui parle de plan directeur. Donc, il faudrait quand même mettre tout ça dans le plan directeur de l'exploitation du pays, de sorte à ce que on puisse savoir quelles sont les localités qui auront, en tout cas, l'électricité dans un long terme. Parce que pour moi, une localité qui serait électrifiée dans 2-3 ans, un mini-réseau ne s'y est pas. Parce que quand on fait le calcul en termes de rendement, autant attendre 2-3 ans avant d'électrifier cette localité. Et enfin, je dirais que l'expression mini-réseau, il faut vraiment le contextualiser. Je sais que dans mon pays, le Burkina Faso, qui n'est pas aussi grand, on n'a vraiment pas besoin de mettre des mini-réseaux tout azimut un peu partout. Alors nous avons une couverture quand même de réseau très grand qui nous permet d'utiliser d'autres types de raccordements, voilà, pour donner l'électricité à la population. Donc, encore une fois de plus, il faut vraiment axer le débat sur l'accès à l'électricité à la population au lieu d'axer le débat sur les mini-réseaux. Merci à vous.
Thank you for that contribution. I fully agree. Mini grids are just one solution out of many. And of course, for each village, for each case, the best solution has to be found. That is usually done in GIS supported national electrification plans. Now, time's up. The session is over. Thanks a lot for this interesting discussion. Whom can I hand over to for some final remarks and final words?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your contributions. We hope we've been able to show certain models, mini-grid models that have worked, including the rural electrification and energy security as well. We are also open to working together with the different countries that are interested in creating the right enabling frameworks that will accelerate this mini-grid development. Thank you so much. And we'll break for lunch for tea now for 15 minutes. For 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 11:10. We'll be back here at 11:10. 15 minutes is the tea is right out here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
We can please go have tea outside and come in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back. After this morning session on mini grids, we are now transitioning into a very important topic, which we discussed very briefly yesterday, and that's about money, about financing, about utility scale solar financing. For ISA, this financing has been one of the priorities right from the inception of ISA. Way back in 2016 and 17, and we have been trying to address the challenges around financing, especially taking experiences from different financing institutions globally. And then we tried to develop a facility, which we call as solar facility, which addresses three things, which actually offers three things. One is a payment guarantee, second is the insurance, and third is large scale utility investments, utility scale investments. We are going to share a presentation with you. So with me is our technical partner from Medina, Harsh. Harsh and the team has been helping us to design the solar facility from past several months. We have been presenting and pitching this facility to various institutions at various meetings. We have got a lot of comments, a lot of recommendations, inputs from various institutions, various experts, and based on that, we have revised the structure of the facility again and again. It's a very important facility, especially for Africa, as we know that most of the financing right now is flowing into OECD countries. And we want financing for Africa as well, because financing is the most critical element for accelerated solar deployment. Harsh is going to present the entire structure of the solar facility. Why do we need this facility? What the facility will do? How the facility is going to access funds and channelize funds to different countries, as well as how this facility is going to help you with its different aspects of insurance guarantee and large utility scale investment. I'm giving over to now Harsh to do the presentation, and then we will take question answers from you, and we'll try to see what valuable inputs we get from you so that we can further update based on the inputs that we receive from you. Over to you, Harsh.
Thank you, Sabah. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in the beautiful city of Kigali. It's really an honor to be presenting to all of you the Global Solar Facility. As Sabah said, we have been working on this facility and with the idea of, as we say, enabling and investing in solar so that we can actually create an ecosystem of solar energy financing in Africa, which kind of leads to as we say, a multiplier impact of financing for the solar in the continent. So as Sabah said, I'll dive straight into it. Why do we need such a facility? That is, I think, the question number one. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of these numbers, so they may be a little repetition, but these are stark things which we see. Almost now on an annual basis, solar is seeing globally is seeing a $300 billion investments, right? And if we look at Africa, it is close to 1.3% of investment that is coming to Africa. And that is a stark number when we put it into context that Africa actually has the 60% of global solar radiation. So in some sense, this needs to be corrected urgently. The other important point, and this was also covered a little bit in the previous session on mini grids, is that we have in Africa a very high proportion of population which doesn't even have access to energy. And I think enough has been said on this that as far as mini grids go, they are very, very viable solution with solar energy, especially because in the current inflationary environment, actually, you provide protection to people against inflation as well, besides providing them access to energy. The other interesting point is that Africa's energy demand is actually rising amongst the fastest across the globe. So against a global average of 2.5%, we are actually rising 2.7% annually in terms of energy demand. So clearly, as we build our economic growth, the gap of energy would grow, and this needs to be funded effectively with interventions like solar energy. So this is on the quantity of investment that is required. What is also interesting is that if we dig a little deeper, then within the continent itself, almost 75% of the investments are going in 4 countries. So the other countries within our continent need to get more access to financing, and there are challenges in getting access to that financing, and we are trying to cover most of that in the global solar facility, and we'll talk about it later. And then finally, I think what is also interesting is that productive use of solar accounts for less than 1% of investment. So clearly, if I sum it all, what it is telling us is that A, there is a great need for solar energy investments in Africa. B, the status quo doesn't actually help us. So we really need to have probably a global south solution to accelerate this push for clean energy in Africa. So as we are building this solar facility, there are certain key principles which we are keeping into account. The first one is, what we are seeing is that there is a great interplay of commercial and philanthropic capital which needs to be brought together, because essentially what happens is that you need to bring in philanthropic capital in a manner that it can actually catalyze commercial capital, and then only large scale investments can happen. So at Global Solar Facility, what we are trying to do is to actually provide an amalgamation of both of them, and also make sure that wherever there is a need for risk mitigation, that is actually taken care of by the concessional capital which is available, and commercial capital actually sits on top of that, so that the acceleration once the initial projects are done could be very fast from the commercial capital investors. The other key principle is that we will have a TA program as well, which will help work with countries to enhance regulatory frameworks, to work on pipeline of projects, as well as to create solutions which make high impact solar programs across the continent. What is also important, and that of course a lot of the work ISA has already been doing, which is to create a complementary ecosystem, which is very, very important, and we'll cover a little bit of that. That is also one of the thought process which is going on, and you will see this throughout our design that we are taking care of it, because what is important is that the ISS solar facility will be able to do this much, but what we need to make sure is that there is enough capacity created in the whole ecosystem so that the local financiers, the local investors can actually start doing some of these projects. And with that spirit in mind, what is very interesting feature of this facility is it will be managed by a commercial fund manager who is actually located in Africa. And that selection process, of course, needs to get started, which we are also working on. But that we feel is a very important element, because what typically happens is that sometimes people who are not on the ground are not able to appreciate the challenges so well, and therefore that leads to delays in decision making. And we also want to make sure that people who are on the ground will be able to react fast to the needs of the market. So that is why we are creating this unique balance of providing public sector, private sector capital, but managed by a commercial fund manager. As Sabah mentioned, we are beginning with a payment guarantee, insurance, and an investment facility, and we'll dig into it. What does it cover? And in future, actually, we are also planning to add currency protection and carbon and technology investment products in the facility. And overall, the facility size, just for Africa, in the beginning, we are targeting a $200 million facility, which is just the investment from ISA solar facility, and which could actually scale up to more than $1 billion across the globe in over the next 6 to 7 years. So before I get deeper into the projects, I also want to give you an overall lay of the land in terms of how we are trying to build it complementary to what is actually available in the overall Africa scheme of things. What we clearly see is that, and this is very important because we don't want to disrupt anything which is already working well in the market. What's the point of competing against people who are doing it well? What we want to make sure is that we are filling the gaps which are in the market. So with that in perspective, I covered the technical assistance program because really a lot of countries need that hand-holding in terms of providing the regulatory frameworks, and that is something we will cover through the TA program. The other bit is in terms of payment guarantee, which is also a very important component. I think this came up the strongest in our stakeholder consultations, that there is a very wide gap in the actual risk versus the perceived risk of payments coming through from the off-takers in Africa. The actual default rate on infrastructure is close to 2%, but when you talk to any global financiers, they really feel that they need some sort of payment guarantee. So we are aiming to cover this payment guarantee through different mechanics, with a clear thing in mind that there is no lack of intention to pay. It's more around providing the comfort to the investors that the payments are there for them to come. And as well as I mentioned earlier, in terms of building capacity in the local ecosystem as well. The other element is on insurance, where we will actually help projects take insurance by providing them concessional loans. So to the extent of they are taking insurance, the cost of that, they will get almost a zero cost or a very, very negligible cost loan to cover that part of insurance. So in a way, it benefits the project. And for that, we will also look to tie up with global insurers who could actually be effective because of the scale of this facility in providing some of these insurance, because that is another gap we saw. And then finally, at the moment, we are looking at providing equity financing through this facility, particularly focused on distributed solar projects and mini grids, because again, that is something which we saw that there is a lot of need in the market. As I mentioned, we will add technology investing in solar, currency risk, and carbon credits in the future. What is also interesting is that we are already working with some partners to make this success. We have signed up MOUs with MIGA, Africa 50, and Board for this, and we are looking to add more partners because as I mentioned earlier, the idea is to build it as a collaborative ecosystem for everyone. And please, if anyone has any burning questions, please feel free to interrupt me. The idea is to make it interactive. Of course, we will open it up for questions in the end as well. So getting a little deeper into what would it cover? The TA program I mentioned to you earlier, the size of this program, we are targeting a $5 to $10 million program. It will essentially be providing grants to various projects, wherein the focus will be to help work on regulatory frameworks in countries. The payment guarantee, we are launching this as a $50 million program, potential to scale to $100 million. This will be done as a 20-year fund, where we will actually get blended capital from different investors across the globe. And as I mentioned, it will actually provide payment guarantees to projects to cover their off-taker risk. Wherever investors need it. It could be debt financiers mostly who would need this. What we are also adding to it is two more components. So one is, as I mentioned, we will work with local financiers who actually have constraint of risk capital on their balance sheet. So essentially, we will share that risk. We will provide them first loss guarantees so that they are able to finance more of solar in Africa, as well as they also are able to learn some of it, which is the point I was mentioning on capacity building. And we are also actually working with some of the people who are providing some of these guarantees already in the market. But because of certain interventions, for example, if we could provide the first loss layer, the cost of the guarantee goes down significantly, or in certain cases, the projects actually need support even to pay that guarantee fee. So those kind of things also we would add to this guarantee facility. Insurance facility is a $50 million facility. I mentioned earlier, this will be essentially loans, very soft loans to projects for the equivalent amount of insurance they incur. And then finally, the investment facility is a $90 million facility in the beginning, and it will be providing equity financing to distributed solar projects. So put together, this is a $200 million initiative that we are looking to put together for Africa. So the way it is being designed is that ISA is setting up a parent vehicle, which will be kind of the global solar facility, as I was mentioning. We are, as Sabha was mentioning, we are raising funds for parent vehicle. We already have Government of India who have expressed in principle approval to consider an investment of $25 million. And then there are a few more investors. So put together, we have a good visibility of $50 million in the parent vehicle. We are targeting to raise $100 million in the parent vehicle and then start deploying some of this money in the three facilities, as we mentioned. As I mentioned, we are looking at hiring professional Africa-focused investment managers so that the impact is actually on the ground. And as I mentioned, there is a lot of capacity building. What we're looking for is 100 million we will raise in the parent vehicle. Another 100 million probably will come right in the facilities itself, blend of commercial and junior capital. So put together 200 million, we will start with Africa, deploy that over the next few years. And as it gets successful, we will actually build on it, raise more money from the market, and kind of build it to $1 billion facility. This is the most exciting slide of this, in my personal opinion, because we did some maths, and what we got very, very happy about, that we see that just with this $200 million, we could actually help mobilize almost $1.4 billion of capital in Africa solar projects. So there's almost a 7 times multiplier that we are seeing as a potential for this facility just from this $200 million. And with that itself, we could potentially be deploying more than 1 gigawatt of solar capacity across the continent, which will reach to almost 4 million people, and of course help reduce 1.4 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. But that is just the $200 million. What we feel is very, very interesting is that there is a lot of long-term effect of market creation and signaling to other investors. And we are actually, we are already seeing it. We were on road shows in Europe, etc. And some of the investors actually expressed a lot of interest in considering investments in some of these projects based on the initial success. So, that is something which we are very, very excited about. And as I mentioned, we are really looking to deepen reach of solar with this facility, with these risk mitigation products. So, essentially, what we are looking for is to work with everyone, as I mentioned, and I'll come to the countries last, because all of you are here, so it'll be good to get your feedback, and that is actually one of the important things we want to take away. And then we also have a certain asks from you, and we would look to you for your feedback on that. But before that, actually, as I mentioned, we are looking at catalyzing private capital through this global solar facility. And we are looking to work with local investment managers. What we see is there will be a lot of capacity building through this global solar facility on the ground. Because right now what's happening is no manager in the continent, and we are talking to very, very good companies, have a dedicated solar program. Most of the programs which they have are either infrastructure or energy and all. So therefore, solar doesn't get as much attention as it should. And that is another lever we want to use through a dedicated solar facility of ISA. The other thing we are also seeing is that there are a lot of developers who are actually sharing a lot of knowledge in terms of the challenges they are facing, and that's something which we really look for from every developer, so that we can make the facility more effective. And of course, as this facility gets rolled out, we see it will actually help a lot of developers in getting availability of cost competitive financing. Now, in terms of the countries and sovereign funds, what we are essentially looking for, of course, as the facility builds out, there will be a lot of projects which will become investable. So for example, if the facility itself is providing off-taker payment guarantee, then the project itself becomes very interesting for some of these sovereign funds which are in Africa. And so they could actually get access to some of these interesting investment opportunities. And that we feel very excited about, because these are long-term investments which some of these sovereign funds can make, and also de-risk their balance sheet from commodity prices, etc. Because solar gives a very good annuity kind of a flow to some of these funds. So that is one area of collaboration we are looking to actually co-invest with some of these sovereign funds in the projects that this solar facility will be doing. We will also be very, very happy to share some of these knowledge which we are generating through this solar facility for all of the funds which are investing in Africa, so that, as I mentioned, we can help create capacity. And then, as I mentioned, there is a lot of de-risking which we are looking at from this facility. Now, in terms of coming to the governments and all of you who've been giving a very patient hearing to us, really speaking, there are a couple of benefits which we see for you. Of course, I don't need to mention there will be a lot of expanded access to solar, and more importantly, catalyzing of private sector capital in solar in the countries. That, of course, is a clear benefit. But to make that happen, actually, there are a couple of asks, and after that, I'll open up to all of you for your feedback on the asks as well as on the facility. One is, that whenever we have spoken to investors who will be investing in this facility with us, consistently one request we get is that if the facility can get some form of a investment framework agreement with the respective governments, that will actually help get a lot of comfort to investors. And those framework agreement could be very simple, providing assurances basically from the government that the investment this facility will make in the respective country will be recognized by the government. The regulations will be made in a manner that the projects are well taken care of. And then finally, the issues around currency convertibility, etc. So that is a one big, request we have from all of you, and would look for your feedback on that. That is point number one. Point number two is that as we are building this up, as I mentioned, we already have $50 million visibility. What would be very compelling is that if all of you can also consider investing in this facility, even if it is a small amount, that is perfectly fine. What we want to show is to build a collaborative ecosystem here, which is actually very, very global in its approach, but very local in its implementation, so that we can use the best global knowledge, but at the same time, we are actually using local expertise to develop the project. So that is the second request we have from all of you. And then I think the third thing is, as we are building this facility up, we would look to locate it in somewhere in Africa itself. So if any of you have any thoughts around that we would look to hear from you. So I think I'll pause here. So just as a reminder, 3 requests from you: investment framework agreement, if any of you can consider investments through the government or through any of the funds you're managing, even if it is small, and on the location of the facility. And then most importantly, we are really looking forward to your feedback on anything which we have missed, anything we should prioritize, or any other comments you have on the facility. We're very, very eager to hear all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Harsh. Thanks for the detailed presentation. As we were discussing yesterday, the kind of projections, whether it's IEA, IRENA, ISA, they are making, it's almost like 120, 125 gigawatt of solar energy by 2030. And this projection is based on how the world has performed on solar energy and how the investment will move. But as Harsh said, this facility is not only to raise finance, but also to build confidence of investors, large investors. And that's why we have payment guarantee, we have insurance as a component of the solar facility as well. And that's very important. TA is one component, but largely when the investors will have better confidence to invest in Africa, the money will start flowing in. The market will automatically develop. And that is how other countries have worked on, whether it's India, whether it's Germany. Initially, most of the projects were supported by the government, but later on, the market took over. The sponsors, the investors, the institutional investors, they came in. They started investing in large projects. So that's going to happen in Africa as well. And that's the larger objective of this solar facility, that we have to travel that journey. Of course, I mean, Africa will have solar projects, large solar projects, solar installations, either tomorrow or 20 years down the line. But the solar facility is actually trying to accelerate the process. Rather than achieving in 20 years, we should be achieving in next 5 to 6 years or 7 years. And that's the overall objective of the solar facility. Some of you might have worked with large investment bodies, institutions, MEGA and all, and might have really good experiences. We have already got the perspective of these large institutional bodies, but it'll also be good to get inputs from you, what you saw lacking in those facilities, which we should not be repeating as a mistake in this solar facility again, because you have been the recipient of these funds from several decades, not only on renewable energy, but largely on other aspects as well. So being a recipient, you have seen some of the flaws of these funds, which will also guide us to improve the facility that we are developing right now. So while we start taking comments, questions from you, please share your experience as well. What you have seen, the flow of fund in Africa, and what you have seen as something which can be improved upon. So now we'll open the floor for any questions you have, any comments you have that will also guide us to help improve the project, the facility, the overall facility. So over to the excellencies, delegates from the countries for your comments, for your inputs, any questions you may have. Tanzania.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the highlight on this facility. One, I wanted clarification on the first on the contribution of member countries. Now, is it the responsibility of the government? But again, if you look at the where are we putting the private sector? Because at the end, there will be the beneficiaries of these facilities. And again, probably the advice is on, you see, it's accessing this facility. Probably for the International Solar Alliance, we need to organize a really, how do we come up with firm proposal on the accessibility of these facilities. And this is part of the capacity building, because financing is one issue, but how do you access the financing? And given that this is the new facility. And again, maybe the last two is on the carbon credits. You see, we have been back home, we have been accessing the carbon credit from the climate funds. And the system was really cumbersome sometimes. And country to country, they differ the process. Like you have the national focal points in each country. Unfortunately for Tanzania, it's not even the Ministry of Energy, which is here. It is the we call Vice President's Office Environmental Division. So probably when we are looking at this, we should be thinking of how do we bring on board the national focal points on climate-related issues, so that we can easily tap the carbon credit from the implementation of solar projects. And probably International Solar Alliance has a lot to help us to maybe to minimize the bureaucracy in accessing these funds. And the last one is on the payment guarantee. This is looking at the offtake risk. Which offtake are we talking about? Is it our utilities? But in some cases in Africa, you have the developer supplying power from a mini grid to a community around. So are you also going to treat a community as an offtake, or you'll be concentrating on the utilities? Thank you.
Should we respond? So thank you, Excellency, for very good questions. So I'll actually respond to some of the questions which are very good. So on the payment guarantee, actually the focus is more on the latter, which is the mini grid. So the off-takers are these customers, the SMEs and the household users who actually need to demonstrate that they are creditworthy. So that is actually the focus more than the utilities. So the utilities are also covered, but actually the focus is consumers. So that's to your question, sir. The point on carbon credit is actually very, very valid, and we really take it on board. I think with ISA, that is in fact one of the objectives we have to implement this carbon credit solution so that it can actually help the solar projects mobilize carbon credit financing easily. So it's a very good suggestion. Thank you. Then in terms of your first question, in terms of why are we targeting government money? I think the challenge here is that as I was explaining, there is that issue of multiplier, which we need to create. That's why if you would see what we are doing is that we are providing this public financing in the riskiest segment, which is, for example, if we are providing this guarantee through public financing, the multiplier is actually 15x. So we will be able to get that much of private sector capital into the market. And so that initial seed capital is very much needed. And currently, that's the only solution we have. Like Sabha mentioned, that has been the experience in many places as well, that you need to create that confidence. I think what we will see within this facility itself, as I was explaining, on $100 million, we are looking at almost $200 million facility. So it is already a one-on-one X impact. But what is interesting is the slide I was explaining to you that $200 million of this facility will bring in $1.4 billion of private sector capital. So in a way, $100 million of government money is actually mobilizing $1.4 billion. So there is a 14 times private sector catalyzing that is happening with this. And I think in terms of your question on project accessibility and capacity building, I think access to finance is a very interesting point which you mentioned. I think that is something we will also think about adding in the TA program. But more importantly, the idea of this is that once we are able to help develop regulatory frameworks, then the project pipeline will come up. And then project pipeline will be able to get access to some of this financing, which is actually designed to cater to some of those initial projects. So that is the overall thought process. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh. Republic of Uganda.
Thank you. We have been discussing this since yesterday. And what is clear is how do we build this financing and how do we scale it out to cover the whole of Africa? And the question which you asked was, what's the entry point? How can we have it properly coordinated? Yesterday, there was a submission that in AU, there is energy framework. And if we are going to target the whole of Africa, then it would be better to build synergies with the energy the energy framework in the AU. And I could see this actually triggering the African Development Bank to actually put some money into financing this initiative. And now to get it accessible, if we linked it into the framework and also attract the support of African Development Bank, then we'd be able to have country-specific proposals, which would actually enable countries to contribute to this initiative. I see the guarantee that we have, the payment, that one of 2%, the risk in getting this money is actually reduced and will make it attractive, even to governments to put their money into it, just like the private sector would be attracted. So this is something we could consider going forward.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for very good thoughts. I think on the country-specific proposal, I think that is something we can definitely consider if there is a investment specifically coming from the country, and I think we'll be very happy to work with the specific countries on that. And Sabha, please feel free to add if I'm missing. To your point on AFDB considering financing, I think that is also very useful input. We will definitely get in touch with AFDB, and I think that will be a very good resource for us also to mobilize the local financing. On the energy framework comment, I think I would defer to Sabha.
No, of course. I mean, that's a good advice. And on that, something we need to discuss with the EU as well. What exactly? I mean, I'm not aware of what they are doing right now. But we'll try to find out, and of course, we'll try to work with them on the energy framework as well. Any more questions? Burkina Faso, please.
Merci pour la parole. Moi, je voulais juste apporter l'information. Voilà, il faut savoir qu'au niveau de la sous-région, notamment en Afrique de l'Ouest, voilà, on a le centre régional pour les énergies renouvelables, l'éducation énergétique, notamment ECRE, voilà, qui a aussi un programme, en tout cas, d'atténuation des risques dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables. Donc, pour moi, il serait important de prendre tâche avec lui, avec plutôt ECRE, pour qu'on puisse mutualiser les actions, étant donné que c'est les mêmes acteurs, parce qu'il me semble que vous parlez pratiquement le même langage, puis la même façon de faire. Voilà. Donc, c'est un programme qui est beaucoup avancé. Moi, je le suis en tant que directeur général d'énergie. Donc, je vous conseillerais de prendre attache avec ECRE pour une synergie d'action. Merci.
Thank you. We will definitely do that. That's very good advice. Thank you.
So I think ICRI, which is the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, if I'm not wrong, that you're referring to, they work both on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and they're part of UNIDO as well. We have engaged ICRI in other interventions which ISA is making in the West Africa. We are working with ICRI, and of course, I mean, your suggestion is well taken. We'll coordinate with them to include their inputs as well for solar facility. Thank you, Burkina Faso. Anybody else? Harsh, I just have a question. I mean, that might also help to clarify to the ISA member countries. Of course, we have two novel elements in this solar facility, which is the payment guarantee and the solar insurance. If you can talk a little bit more about the difference between the guarantee and the insurance, that might help, because right now, I mean, investment is something which somebody is looking at, and that is that everybody understands. Yeah, it's easy to understand. But the guarantee facility, as well as the insurance facility, this mechanism is going to provide, that might take the discussion to a different level that will help us to improve on the framework.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. So on the guarantee facility itself, what we are looking for is 3 products which this facility will be providing. So one is that, a lot of the projects, when they are being put out, there is this issue of lenders actually need that comfort that their debt payment should not be delayed. And while there could be delays from the off-taker side in actually making the payments, because, there are seasonality of farm, etc. So what we would actually be providing is a liquidity support in that. So effectively what happens is, if let's say the off-taker is not able to pay the project for a month or two because his industry is going through some seasonality, then the facility will provide that liquidity support. The lenders will keep getting paid. Now, as the off-taker gets his money, then he will pay it back to the facility. So effectively, it's like a standby loan to the project, so that it, as I mentioned, it helps the lenders. That's first. The second is it's a pure guarantee, in the sense that some of the projects, they actually need a first loss kind of a guarantee, and especially this is very relevant in a portfolio situation. So a lot of domestic banks, when they are looking at financing a portfolio of projects, they are looking at mechanics so that their risk on that project is minimized. Now, what we will do is, so let's say a bank has a portfolio of 10 projects, and let's say they are 3 megawatt of total capacity. We will say that on this project, your inflows are, let's say, $500,000. We will cover for the first loss of that. So effectively, what it means is that for the first default of $500,000 you see on that project, we will provide you that cover. So this gives the lender a lot of time to react, and it also provides them a lot of comfort, because in anywhere across the globe in financing, what is seen is that the first loss layer is the most critical layer to cover, and because once you provide that cover, the cost of financing actually goes down significantly. So we will actually help create two impact because of it. One is actually help the lender itself lower their capital, which is on their balance sheet, because once a global seller facility, which is financed by public and private sector investors, will have a very high credit rating. If it is providing that standby cover to the lender, it will be able to free up its risk capital. So A, they will be able to use this capital to invest in other projects. And B, on that project, on that very project itself, because a significant part of their risk has been covered by the global solar facility, they will be able to offer slightly lower interest rate to that project. So this is actually as I was mentioning, it will help not only in reducing the cost, but also help local financiers actually do more of solar energy projects in the countries. So those are the two benefits in this second product. The third one, which is a more collaborative involvement, which we are seeing, is that effectively a lot of the guarantors like MEGA and all, sometimes their cost of guarantee on the project itself could be actually high enough, not that, if you put that guarantee fee on the project itself becomes unviable, because the tariff, etc., will become very high, and then the funding of that project becomes difficult. So what we are looking for is, we will provide a similar first loss kind of a pool to those guarantees which MEGA and other financiers, global financiers, are putting up. And like I explained, for local financiers, it will actually bring down significantly the guarantee cost of these global financiers as well. And not only that, for some of the projects, we might also consider providing them concessional loans to bear this guarantee fee in the initial implementation phase of those projects. So again, creating impact wherein you are actually able to open up capacity of global financiers to invest in these solar projects, as well as to help projects get their project viability back in order by providing them some concessional loans. So those are the three different elements which we are looking to cover at the beginning. But there are other elements as well, like a pure off-taker guarantee. Those are things which we might also consider in adding in this payment guarantee facility in the years to come. Now, the insurance is actually the most interesting of this. So a lot of the stakeholder consultations were done, and what was found is that actually the projects find it sometimes difficult to get competitive insurance, and especially when it is coming during construction period. Now, when you think about it, for a good financier, as a global financier, the project having a good insurance is a very, very important prerequisite. And that kind of breaks the chain of projects being able to get viable financing. So therefore, what this facility will aim to do, I mean, we had two options. One is we could ourselves become an insurance provider, but really speaking, for that, it will require billions of dollars of capital. And just on solar itself, it is impossible for someone to actually develop an insurance product. And then there are local regulations as well, which makes it complicated for International Solar Alliance to actually provide insurance to these solar projects themselves. So therefore, we have found a very unique way of working with the existing insurance providers. And as I was mentioning, the issue is mostly around the cost competitiveness of this insurance. So what we will do is we will go to those projects and say, hey, if you want to get this insurance financed at almost zero interest cost, and you can pay this money to us maybe 5-6 years down the line after the project is operational, after a lot of loan is paid off, then we are actually helping the project effectively in taking up that insurance. So that is the overall objective. And we are also adding one more product to this insurance component, where actually we could also provide some senior financing to the project. And the interest on that cost on that project will be reduced to the extent of the insurance premium the project is actually paying to an insurer who's, credit worthy. So this way, we are actually finding ways of reducing the burden of insurance the projects need to take. What we believe is that if projects start taking those insurance, the insurance premium itself will start going down, because currently the issue is that the global insurance companies also have not got so much exposure to some of these sectors and countries. So by providing that unlocking, we will be able to A, help the projects get off ground, B, get them financing from global investors, as well as we will also be helping insurance companies themselves to actually reduce their cost of premium in the years to come, because a lot of familiarity will develop as some of these projects take off the ground.
Thanks for that clarification. I think that will also help countries to understand the difference between all the three components that we have in the facility. I think we have few participants online who also want to ask questions. So while the IT team can connect to them, I just want to discuss few things with countries like Ethiopia, Rwanda, Madagascar. Yesterday we saw a slide. It was in my presentation that Ethiopia, I think, has put around 32% renewable energy target by 2030. Rwanda has about 60%, renewable energy target. And I don't remember exactly the figure from Madagascar. I'm assuming that when these figures were calculated, financing hurdles must have been taken into account. So just wanted to know your views, what experience you have on solar financing or renewable energy financing, what you have experienced so far. And your inputs will also help us to not upgrade, but to improve the facility that we are developing. So if Rwanda or Ethiopia wants to start, Rwanda, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'll need to introduce myself because I joined the conference today. My name is Abimana Fidel, and I'm the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. Yeah, thank you for an interesting question. I actually wanted to comment, but I had taken it as my homework. When it comes to Rwanda, the access is yes at 61% as per the recent national population census, and that 61% is made of 47% on grid and 14% off grid. That's mini grid and solar. If you look at the targets we had as per our national strategy for transformation 1, that's a strategy for 7 years, which we are concluding next year in 2024. We planned to achieve 48% off grid. So meaning we are lagging behind for 24%. But if you look at what we have achieved in terms of on grid, we are now at 47%, meaning at least we progressed faster compared to off grid. That's at least the gap between the target we had in our transformation strategy and where we are now, it's 5% compared to 24% for off grid. So the reasons have been really discussed. The previous presenter talked about the issues to do with the challenges why the provision of solar energy is not fast in terms of the trend. You might have heard that Rwanda is named a country of 1,000 hills and so on and so forth, but also the regulatory framework and the other aspects which were really discussed. And I was happy to see that the global solar facility covers those different components, to start from technical assistance in terms of making sure that we have a conducive environment for investment in solar energy, up to the level of financing given the projects themselves. So I would say that our experience is that we focused more on grid in terms of investment, in terms of policy, in terms of regulations, and in as far as solar energy is concerned, it's really an area that we need to improve. And we do believe that before my minister left, these are some of the discussions we are having, that it's high time maybe for Rwanda, maybe for other sister countries to really explore the opportunities that are being provided by the International Solar Alliance. For us, there are opportunities. Actually, you're providing solutions that it's high time that we start to tap into. And you discussed about improvement. I think it's a process. The more the proposals are received, the challenges we might face during the implementation will definitely inform in terms of how to improve to make sure that it's conducive, it's accessible by everybody, and it's customized to the challenges and the unique situation of each and every country. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rwanda. Going to Dr. Freywood from Ethiopia. I know that, because we are working very closely. So I know that Ethiopia has the NEP policy 2.0, which aims at 500 mini grids. So is it going to be publicly financed, or are you also looking for private financing, and how and what your experiences have been on accessing private finance for that particular target that you have? And broadly as well, you can talk about what experience you have had on accessing finance.
Okay. Thank you, Saba. Just to share our experience, actually, our target is 100% with a mix of 65% from grid and 35% from off-grid. So from the off-grid space, a significant part of it would be mini grids, and there is also standalone solar home systems for the deep rural areas. So now there is a World Bank project which tries to address, we call it ADEL project, which tries to address most of the off-grid projects, thereby availing finance in special types of arrangements. That is what they call a minimum subsidy tender, okay, for specific locations where a normal private sector may not go or serve in that area. So trying to attract private investors. So it's still an ongoing project. The experience is not much, but the other one is a public supported project where the government utility, that's what we call Ethiopian Electric Utility, tries to identify locations, rural areas, and the design. It has already prioritized locations, whereby it takes some of the funds from the World Bank and tries to address, and with minimum profit, because it's a public institution, it tries to provide access, trying to contribute for the target. However, that's not obviously scalable, because eventually the private sector must be heavily involved in order to get significant output. So I would say, let's say within the next 2 years or so, there will be some preparatory works to be done as part of implementation of these ideal projects. So anyways, maybe in the future, I can share additional ideas, new ideas implemented. That's what I have for today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Frewood. That was really helpful. Can we connect to some of the online participants we have? I think they have questions as well. I just got a message from one of the participants, Rajinder. Okay. So, Pragya, you are connected?
Yeah, hi.
Then
Can you hear
I'll
me?
come to Madagascar. I'll just quickly take a question from the online participant, and then I'll come to Madagascar. Pragya, over to you.
Hi, Sabha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Pragya, and I'm actually representing the ISA Secretariat. So let me first thank Harsh and Sabha, both of you, for this excellent session on the Global Solar Facility. And I hope that this was useful for all the member countries sitting here. But let me take a step back and also say why we wanted to launch this facility, because I think that is of utmost importance. And I think one, of course, you mentioned was to give the confidence to investors to invest in. But as ISA and all of you sitting here, we wanted to act as a safety net for this facility, because at one end we have a bankable pipeline of projects, and on the other hand we want the investors to come in through ISA, through this global solar facility, so that people can invest and mobilize resources for solar. So I think, and today, let me make this pitch to you also, sitting to all the member countries for the African region, that the Global Solar Facility, the first facility is a $200 million facility, which would be launched for the African region. And like our DG mentioned yesterday, it is for you, it is for all the people working in Africa, and the pool of money will be required from you as ISA member countries as well. As next steps from the ISA Secretariat, we would be sending you a formal letter wherein we are seeking in principle commitments from all the countries. And may I request you all to put in some monies as, seed commitments for this global solar facility, because we are looking to kind of announce it during the ISA Secretariat, which will happen in October later this year. So yeah, just a little comment from my end, but yeah, open and happy to receive questions and queries. Thank you.
Thanks, Pragya. Just to let you know, Pragya is our ISA colleague who has been working with Edina and our DG on this solar facility extensively. She's not well, so she couldn't join this meeting. But sure, I mean, in assembly meeting and in other regional meetings, she'll be able to provide more inputs, more clarifications with Harsh. There is one last comment, I think, from Madagascar. And then we'll close this session. Madagascar, please.
Yes, merci. Pour Madagascar, donc, nous avons axé le développement du solaire sur deux axes. Donc, tout d'abord, nous avons mis en place un fonds national pour le développement de l'électricité durable, qui va peut-être dans le sens de ce que nous avons discuté tout à l'heure, et aussi pour pouvoir avoir une péréquation des tarifs sur toute l'étendue du territoire qui est, comme vous savez, Madagascar est à 597 000 km², et il y a une très, très grande différence de tarification sur tout le territoire. Ça va passer aussi par l'assainissement pour rendre la confiance des investisseurs. Ça va aussi passer par l'assainissement de l'opérateur historique qui est la nôtre, l'opérateur. Donc, cet assainissement va permettre de rendre la confiance aux investisseurs. Et nous en avons discuté aussi tout à l'heure sur le cas des paiements à assurer. Sur les chiffres, on est en taux taxé, on est à 33% et à 16% au niveau rural. On prévoit sur l'horizon 2028, on prévoit d'avoir 66%. On a reçu un financement de 250 millions de dollars pour ce faire. Donc, ça va se faire sur 3 axes aussi. L'axe des SHS, les Solar Home, là où l'on ne prévoit pas encore d'avoir les mini-réseaux. Le deuxième axe, c'est les mini-réseaux et le troisième axe, c'est l'hybridation des sites thermiques. Donc, la mise en place rapide de l'hybridation solaire va permettre à la société distributrice de faire des économies et pour pouvoir aussi plus tard réinjecter cette économie dans les investissements sur les autres secteurs à améliorer. Donc, peut-être que je voudrais aussi ajouter une petite remarque sur ce qui a été dit depuis hier, c'est qu'il faut renforcer et communiquer au niveau créer un besoin si cela est au niveau des clients finaux. Parce qu'on parle de producteurs, mais à la fin, c'est les clients finaux qu'il faut inciter à consommer pour que tous les projets soient viables économiquement. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. These are very useful points. I think on the first, it's a very good initiative that Madagascar is taking to create this national fund. It will be really great to see how we can work together with you on that, and probably some of it also can be that financing can be mobilized through Global Solar Facility. So we would really look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Harsh, and thanks, member countries. The entire solar facility in ISA is being driven by our Director General. He has been the one who has been championing the solar facility, also pitching this facility to various institutions at different forums. So before closing this session, I would request our Director General to just have a few words on solar facility and what we are planning going forward. Over to you, sir.
Okay. I want to add my words to those of Saba and of Harsh in introducing the solar facility, bringing it to the attention of each of our member countries in Africa, and to see how we go ahead, hearing from you what are the kinds of changes, what are the kinds of details that we need to put into place. As you would have noted, for small projects, there are no working facilities. There are large projects which have gone ahead, for which guarantees are gotten either from the various governments or from the multilateral development banks or from the European Commission. But what we noted was that for small projects, there are no such guarantees. Therefore, this project, this solar facility addresses a need which is here and now. Second, for us, all of us, to make solar a household word, we would need, as the Madagascar colleague had just mentioned, we would need to make this known to each and everyone. you and I. We will obviously work through large grids, but the way most of us will know of solar is through smaller solar investments, such as solar rooftops, solar pumps, solar cold storages, and so on. Schools and hospitals that are solarized, etc. It is for these kinds of things to happen, for the local consumers to understand how important solar is in the production of electricity, that this solar facility allows us the capacity to move ahead. Together with all of you, I see us moving into a direction of making this happen. I want to thank each one of you for your support, for your questions, and most importantly, for the suggestions that you have made as we go ahead. Again, many, many thanks, and we look forward to coming back to you time and again as this facility matures. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll smoothly transition into the next session without a short break because we just had the break before starting this session. The next session is a very interesting session, and you'll all like this because these are startups who have been supported by ISA, and going forward, they will further be supported by ISA on developing business ideas. We have our technical partner with us in West India. So I'm going to hand over to Pallavi to start this session. Over to you, Pallavi. Thanks.
Heartiest welcome to all the excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, and members in the audience today. We have gathered here today for the SolarX Startup Challenge Africa 22-23 Winners Ceremony, a challenge launched by the International Solar Alliance in collaboration with Invest India in November 2022. The aim of this initiative was to identify 20 innovative solutions across 10 problem statements relevant to the African region in terms of solar energy value chain. We have with us today the 20 winners of SolarX Startup Challenge African Edition, who have been selected from a pool of over 180 applications. Without further ado, let me call Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General ISA, for his opening remarks.
Thanks, Pallavi. I can't tell you how delighted I am. We have 20 young startups here. These are the guys who are, in a sense, our future tomorrow. I look at you and I hope that some of you, possibly all of you, would become the Amazons of tomorrow, providing solar services, not only on the continent, but globally. I also want to say that this was a relatively difficult process. We carried out 4 capacity building workshops. We invited applications. There were 10 problem statements that were put out, and those 10 problem statements related all the way from technical and financial innovation to manufacturing innovations, to development of high efficiency DC pumps, to software services, etc., which help mapping. There were 10 kinds of problem statements which we learned from you are the big challenges as far as enhancing solar services is concerned. 180 plus startups applied. And then we scratched our heads trying to figure out how do we get from 180 to 20. This was tough. 180 came down to 130, amazing amount of discussion. The 130 came down to 50. And then we had the most difficult time figuring out how to come to the 20. We look ourselves as these 20 startups providing the kind of stimulus for both addressing the market, that's on the one hand, but 2, largely one of the big things that they're doing is addressing innovation. They're addressing innovation on the continent, but no, I think they're addressing innovation across the world. I go back to the point which was made yesterday. We cannot accept the kinds of changes, the kinds of technologies that the world imposes on us. We need to develop our own solutions. These startups show how it has been done. We note that the criticality, the urgency of the capital being channeled into climate innovation. We know that this urgency is here and now. We note that spending on R&D comes from venture capital, it comes from governments, it comes from energy companies. Now, if you look at these three sectors, totally across the world, for energy was about $100 billion last year. Big money? Amazon alone spends close to 50% of this amount of money, $50 billion on R&D. Yes, R&D, which is Amazon-based, but it pales, the amount of money put into R&D in energy pale in comparison to what this one company, albeit a large company, does. We note that we would like to see larger venture capital investment in the energy sector. And I'm hoping that these startups become the ways through which this venture capital investment occurs. We note that only 9% of the climate tech companies, 9% that have gone to the Series A level of funding, only 9% have been founded or co-founded by women. We hope that we look forward to a greater degree of women-based participation going ahead. We looked at the vast untapped potential for Africa, which we discussed yesterday and today. We note that there is a huge potential to provide a range of energy services across this supply chain to consumers. We are delighted to welcome the 20 startups here. We are focusing on accelerator workshops for each of these companies. These accelerator workshops are looking at how we build up the capacity of these companies, these startups, to attract finance, to develop the kinds of technologies that are needed, and to see how they can build up their brand images. Tomorrow, we focus on people from GOGLA, the Association for Mini Grids in Africa, well, globally. We focus on an investor capital company who provide the first kinds of interactions on how we can move forward. We look forward that in the coming months, we would have future workshops. There are various suggested locations, including Ethiopia, Ghana, etc. And in the coming weeks, we hope to do more and more of them, and therefore have these startups move across the continent, looking at the kinds of opportunities that exist. Looking at the startups, I thank you for coming here. I look forward for you to carry the good work that you're doing in your own countries, in the rest of Africa, and in the world. I have great pleasure in giving you the small amount of money that ISA has provided as seed financing for you to go ahead, to come to these various workshops, to be able to develop your own capabilities in going ahead. This is by no way a support which helps you in enhancing your capital, but I hope that it helps you in enhancing your own capabilities to move ahead. I'm going to request Yutan to pass on the checks, the big ones. The smaller ones are the actual ones. Yes, you get it in your mail, but we wanted to capture the moment by presenting you with these large checks, which everybody can see, which you can put up on your walls to show that you have won this competition. Again, many, many congratulations to each one of you. I should also say that when we went from the 50 to the 20, which was, as I said, the most difficult part, we looked at the innovation and novelty of the applications that they have done. We looked at the future potential. How can you scale up what they're doing? Is there a potential? We looked at the level of technology advancement, do the solutions incorporate a state-of-the-art technologies? We looked at the alignment with the problem statements that were there, the 10 problem statements. We had asked each one of them to develop a pitch, telling why they should be there, what is it that they're doing. So this video pitch was part of the criteria. And finally, what have they done? What is the capability of the founder, of the founding team in order to go ahead? Yutan, will you tell their names, or Pallavi, will you tell their names as we go ahead? Yes. Yeah, okay.
So we have a small presentation.
Okay, can we do that as well? While we call them?
If you're staying back for a while, then you can call them for the summary of what they are doing, and then you will.
So I think we hand over the check. We show the companies what is it that they're doing.
Thank you, sir. I now invite the following startups to please come forth. Musana Cards, Uganda. Hello Solar Technology.
Rwanda.
Kuza Coolers.
So can we get one by one? Musana Cards. Can I also request
We start with Musana Cards, Uganda.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You are we hope that we would be very successful.
Next, can we have Hello Solar Technology?
Come again and again and again. Yes. Thank you. We also have Hello Solar from Ethiopia.
Next, can we have Centennial Kuza coolers?
Congratulations. Let's get there. Which company are they from?
I'm just. Next, can we have Eco Bora? Yes. Eco Bora, Kenya. Next, can we have Centennial Power from Rwanda? Next, Innoneat Energy Solutions from Kenya. Next, can we have Urban Greens from Uganda? Sir, Uganda. Uganda, sir.
Uganda. Oh, Uganda. Another one.
Next, I would request Estes Group from Rwanda to be please ready. Next, can we have Green Sea Energy from Ethiopia?
Yes.
Next, we have Salfa Energy from Nigeria. Next, we have Off-Grid Box Rwanda. Next, we can have Baco Motors. I request Excellency from Tunisia to kindly join us, please. Next, Arinifu Technologies from Kenya. Next, Moment from South Africa. Next, can we have Noor Nation from Egypt? Next, Asakov Global Nigeria. Next, Photons Energy from Tanzania. Next, we have Northlight Solar from Ghana.
Yes.
Next, we have G20 Energy from Nigeria. G20 Energy from Nigeria. Next, can we have the last but not the least, EG Platform or Energrow from Uganda. With that, we come to the end of felicitation for all the 20 winners of SolarX Startup Challenge. It is our pleasure to actually announce that 7 of these startups are actually women-led, and we hope to see further participation in future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. I'm sure the vigor of SolarX Startup Challenge is reverberating through the hall with your encouraging and insightful words. I now call upon Mr. Aman Mathur in West India to briefly walk the audience through the journey of this initiative from its inception till date.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and excellencies. I am Aman Mathur from Invest India, and it is my honor to present the SolarX Startup Challenge on behalf of an International Solar Alliance and Invest India. Thank you, Dr. Mathur, sir, for the opening remarks and setting the context for SolarX Startup Challenge. Thank you. We are all aware that India-Africa ties have strengthened over the years, with energy holding an indispensable place in the bilateral relations. Renewable energy today is considered a pathway to achieve future needs, as it offers opportunities for inclusive economic growth and job creation opportunities across economies. Africa undoubtedly has a vast resource potential when it comes to renewable energy, be it wind, solar, hydro, or geothermal. But clearly, the possibilities of solar stand out. In this context, the International Solar Alliance, in partnership with Invest India, launched the SolarX Startup Challenge in COP27 in November 2022 at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. The challenge aims to address threefold benefit across the African region by attracting investments in the solar energy space, thinning the gap of energy crisis across Africa, and at the same time, building an African ecosystem across the continent to develop innovative solutions at cheap costs. The winners, as we all met just now, are being given both financial and non-financial incentives as a part of this program. A cash grant of $15,000 is being provided to the 20 winners, along with a curated acceleration program focused on access to mentorship, access to markets, and access to investors to help these 20 winners scale their operations and become the next unicorns. The project has been divided into 3 broad phases. The first phase being capacity building and outreach for applications, the second one, the evaluation of applications, and finally, the curated acceleration program. During the course of the first phase, To increase the awareness of the challenge, the team conducted several outreach activities. We met with 20 plus IPAs across Africa, interacted with 10 plus incubators and accelerators, specifically focusing on clean and solar energy, and conducted several orientation sessions that were attended by 70 plus startups where live application support was provided. To further engage with startups, besides the virtual outreach efforts, 4 physical workshops were conducted and executed by the team, 2 capacity building workshops in Mauritius and Egypt, and participation in global events with a focus in solar and clean energy. In Kenya, the Sankalp Africa Summit, and in South Africa, the Africa Energy Indaba Summit. And at each of these places, a dedicated session was taken to brief about the SolarX Startup Challenge, and live application support was provided to the participants. Besides this, I'm happy to share that the team showcased the challenge across global platforms, such as the India Energy Week and LDC5 meeting at Qatar, where 25 plus African IPAs were briefed about the challenge. And all these efforts resulted in 20 plus hours of capacity building for African countries, engagement with 40 plus countries across Africa, and establishing connections with 250 plus ecosystem enablers to further support the outreach of the challenge. And with all of these efforts, we received a whopping 182 applications from across 28 African countries. These were subsequently evaluated to identify the 20 winners who we just met and who will be sharing more about their products and innovations with you shortly. Quickly coming to the next phase of the challenge, that is the acceleration program. The 20 winners are now being onboarded onto a curated accelerator program focused on access to mentorship, access to market, and access to investors to help these businesses scale up their operations. The program will span across 2 months, where 2 workshops will be conducted each week focused on mentorship, access to market, and technical business skills that these startups would benefit from. Besides these, as Dr. Mathur mentioned, we are also planning physical workshops in the coming 2 months. So without further ado, let me hand this podium back to Pallavi to introduce you all to the 20 winning solutions. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Aman, for capturing the journey of SolarX for the audience. The initiative has helped us identify some exciting solutions, and we now invite the startups to brief the audience about their innovations. I request Musana Katz from Uganda to kindly come to the stage and present about their offering. They have won under the category of technical and financial innovations to accelerate the deployment of off-grid solar applications to displace diesel, charcoal, or traditional biomass. Musana Katz. Can we have Musana Katz on the stage? Okay. Musana Carts Uganda is a registered company in Uganda providing street vending carts that are powered by solar energy. And the carts are designed to provide access to solar energy, powering customized business features, and allowing market vendors to operate in a clean and desirable manner. Through Musana Carts, the company provides these vendors with a fully modular service station fabricated to best suit the needs of the clients. We now move forward to the next startup, Hello Solar Technology. I request representatives of Hello Solar Technology to please join us on the stage. The startup has won under the problem statement 1, focusing on technical and financial innovations to accelerate the deployment of off-grid solar applications to displace diesel, charcoal, or traditional biomass. Hello Solar Technology, please join us.
Good afternoon to all the attendees, our host country, Rwanda, the International Solar Alliance, and Invest India. And last but not least, all the fellow winners. We are very happy to be meeting you here today. My name is Wilhelmina Job, and I'm accompanied by my colleague Elias Tesfaye, and we are both hailing from Africa, me from Senegal, and he is from Ethiopia. We are the founders of a Pan-African venture that is committed to empowering African rural families by granting them access to modern energy through solar technology. Our journey began in Ethiopia, where Hello Solar initiated operations 5 years ago. So in brief, Hello Solar assembles and distributes solar energy technologies to rural communities across various regions in Ethiopia using PayGo. So although this model has been proven successful in many African countries, its implementation in Ethiopia is still at its infancy due to country-specific challenges such as low mobile money penetration and forex issues. However, with a population of 120 million people, Ethiopia is still the second most populous country in Africa, and it still has 60 million farmers that still do not have access to electricity, making Ethiopia a huge market opportunity in the solar sector. And this sector is also currently very much supported by its administration. Hello Solar managed to enter and hold position in the market in Ethiopia by addressing two primary obstacles, which is high upfront cost and last mile distribution. What sets Hello Solar apart from other companies in the sector is our very adaptable and resilient business model, but also a very swift understanding of the impact that we have in our communities and very easy partnering processes. So these communities are our primary partners. Our aim is to accelerate access to smart and renewable energy solutions, propelling us towards a more inclusive and sustainable world where rural African communities not only gain access, but also actively contribute to development. We are truly grateful for this award, which validates our perseverance and determination in overcoming the unique bottlenecks that are faced on our continent. We firmly believe in the urgency of our mission, as well as the imperative to foster the development of our partner communities. We look forward to leveraging all the resources that we'll be getting through SolarX Accelerator program to further empower our company and, most importantly, meet the evolving needs of our users. Thank you so much.
Next, we present to you startups who won under problem statement 2, development of more efficient models having high scalability potential and enhancing cost competitiveness. First, can we have Kuza Coolers, followed by EcoBora. Kuza Coolers.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Denison Kangi, and my colleague Purity Gekua. We are the co-founders of Kuza Coolers, currently trading as Kuza Freezer. Kuza Freezer is a Kuza Swahili word that means to grow. So we are trying to grow the small-scale businesses, especially those in the fish value chain, to cap post-harvest fish losses and sustainably improve their income. So in Kenya, we are currently manufacturing solar-powered freezers, which we offer on a lease-to-own model that is sustainable to the low-earning small-scale businesses. So we have been working with the small-scale business, the fish value chain, and one of the challenges that they've been facing is the issue of post-harvest losses, which goes as high as about 5%. So we saw this as a cold chain gap, and we thought of how can we bridge this cold chain gap and enable the small-scale businesses to sustainably improve their income and also improve their livelihoods. So by manufacturing solar-powered freezers, in the last 24 months, we've been able to distribute over 350 cold storage units in Kenya, which has been able to empower over 2,600 people who are directly benefiting through our cold storage units. We also have mobile version units which are embedded on motorbikes to enable the small-scale businesses to deliver their fresh fish from remote places to the market centers. And this has been able to double their revenue. Thank you so much.
Next, can we have EcoBora on the stage? I request everyone to kindly limit their briefing to around 2 minutes due to paucity of time. Inviting EcoBora.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Justin Abuga from Kenya. With the onset of cooking in Africa, schools were left behind. Yeah, and that's why at Ikobora, we're trying to solve this challenge because in Africa, an estimate of 4 million schools, factories, and institutions are using firewood, and this can be changed. That's why we've introduced solar-powered cooking boiler, which is being deployed in these schools, providing clean energy for these schools. In turn, we're being able to save the money. This money has gone towards investment in the learning infrastructure and feeding students, right? Because of this innovation, we not only sell the hardware, because as a business, we are meeting our customers, their points of need. We understand solar energy is very expensive and someone has to take the burden. Luckily, at Ikobora, we're taking this burden. And that's why we're offering this through a pay-as-you-go. By that we mean we are selling these schools energy. They don't need to buy these stoves, not these solar facilities. In short, we're just a cooking utility for these schools. And because of that, we're not only creating jobs, but also achieving the SDGs as a business. And that's why we welcome you all in your countries to invite us, collaborate, bring these innovations across Africa. Thank you very much. My name is Abuga from Ikobora.
Next, we call upon stage the winners of problem statement 3, technical and/or business model innovations to bring down the cost of or supports grid integration for rooftop solar systems. Can I have Centennial Power followed by InnoNeat Energy Solutions on the stage?
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mutesi Zitalaika, and I'm presenting Centennial, and I'm so honored to be here today. So Centennial is a power company operating in East Africa that finances, engineers, builds, operates solar and battery energy storage projects for healthcare facilities, commercial buildings, industrial facilities, and NGOs. So what we basically do is we help healthcare facilities. We provide them with electricity, which is less expensive and more reliable. So as you may all know, preserving vaccines has been a serious issue in Africa and especially in rural areas. So that's where we come in. Thank you so much.
Next, can we have InnoNeat on the stage, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wakoko Ngila. I'm present today with my colleague, Jemima Njeri. I'm a co-founder InnoNeat Energy Solutions. InnoNeat Energy Solutions is a company that was incorporated in 2021 in Nairobi. What we started by doing is repurposing lithium-ion batteries with a view to providing solar power to off-grid communities. But then we realized that merely providing batteries wasn't enough. So we went ahead and developed a Safi solar a water filtration system, because we realized that for our people, a lot of our communities, we have a lot of running surface water, but then the water is not clean. So we're working with the women communities along the Lake Victoria region, and in Western Kenya, we have about 25 units already in the market. The units also have a pay-as-you-go model, so the women groups can be able to get the solar filtration system, provide water to their groups, and also be able to sell the water to the various communities around them to be able to raise income for their people. Thank you very much.
Next, we have winners of problem statement 4, focusing on innovative solutions, combining use of solar with other applications to save land and boost smallholder family incomes. I invite on stage Urban Greens, followed by Estes Group.
Thank you. My name is Peter, and I'm the founder of Urban Greens in Uganda. And at Urban Greens, we address the problem of food security, of quality food and sustainable food production in urban spaces in Africa. We're based in Uganda. And like many African cities, we're seeing rapid population growth, urbanization, and that's putting a strain on quality food production. So as Urban Greens, we've developed and prototyped a small-scale urban aquaponic system. And that aquaponic system allows households and small businesses to sustainably generate fish as well as vegetables. Our systems are solar powered and use IoT to generate data and allow us to help these growers to continue to manage their system. And that way we can create a network of urban growers that sustainably produce healthy quality produce. We're currently in the prototyping stage. We have 4 fully functional prototypes, and we're currently moving on to minimum viable product stage and doing a pilot with 20 to 30 customers next year. We thank the ISA for this recognition, and we look forward to continuing to develop our business together with their support. Thank you.
Next, can we have Estes Group on the stage, please?
Thank you. My name is Orse Tracy, and I'm presenting STS Group team. STS Group in full EC, Technology, Engineering, and Science Group. It is a private company which was founded in 2015, which mainly focuses on agriculture, technologies, solar-based technologies, and also providing different kinds of trainings on Internet of Things. What's our problem statements? In Africa, climate change induced low productivity as our population is facing increased demands on agriculture sector, putting at risk food security due to unpredictable weather conditions, due to impact of climate change, mismanagement of irrigation, misuse of fertilizers, and even crop growth. Yeah. So where was a farm comes as a solution. This is our solution. It provides real-time data to smallholder farmers and stakeholders for data-driven decision-making, hence increase productivity of crops, both quality and quantity. It facilitates the supervision of irrigation water, land, and fertilizer by providing real-time data. It has the capacity to translate its software or mobile application into local languages spoken by farmers. Excuse me.
Thank you so much. STS Group has implemented this project on 70 hectares in Rwanda, in Eastern Province, in a cooperative called Kaboku, and we are seeking a fund or partners to help us to increase or scale this project so that the productivity for these smallholder farmers can be increased and create job to youth, men and women. Thank you so much.
Next, we have winners of problem statement 5, manufacturing innovations to lower the cost or improve efficiency of solar or ancillary equipment in target markets. Can we have on stage G20 Energy followed by Salfa Energy?
Thank you. 789 million people in the world lives off-grid. And out of this, 600 million of them in Africa and 60 million in Ethiopia alone. You know what that is? That's 5 times the size of Rwanda. My name is Rakik. I am the CEO and co-founder of G20 Energy PLC. G20 Energy PLC is an Ethiopian company dedicated in providing reliable and affordable energy solutions. Our products include standalone solar home systems, lighting, solar fridge, solar water pumps for irrigation access. We have developed different business models to affordably achieve our customers. This includes microfinance institutions, pay-as-you-go solutions, and directly reaching our customers by ourselves. In 2023, we started assembling our products locally, and we are currently designing and testing our first own solar lighting boards. By 2024, we aim to have our own design and manufacturing capabilities. We are also working with Ethiopian government and GIZ currently to build 5 solar mini-grid projects in Ethiopia, amounting 650 kilowatt peak systems. Additionally, we have exciting news. Additionally, we are excited to announce that Green Energy will soon embark on an independent power producer projects in Ethiopia, partnering with an experienced company in Africa. Hope to introduce this on our next ISA meeting, who our partner is going to be. Therefore, we kindly request African government here to collaborate with us in our mission to electrify Africa. We strongly believe that Africa has the capacity to manufacture and develop significant energy projects because we have the resources. And Green is ready to contribute to that. Let's please partner together, and I'm happy to speak to all of you respected government here to partner with us and plan with us. Thank you so much.
Next, can we have Salfa Energy?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to stand on existing protocol. My name is Sandra Chukwudozie, founder and CEO of Salfa Energy, and I'm from Nigeria. Now, the biggest challenge that we have in Nigeria is that we have the largest off-grid community globally. What this means is that low-income households and businesses are forced to spend 40% of their energy and their financing purchasing dirty and polluting fossil fuel. On average, every month, $200 is spent on this issue. That aside, we have a youth bulge growing at large. How are we able to ensure that these young people are either a demographic dividend and avoid them being a demographic time bomb? This is where we come in. I spent the last 6 years after leaving a promising career at the United Nations in New York to solve this problem. I've been building a team of vibrant and enthusiastic young people who want to make sure that Africa is on the map. Africa is not left behind. Now, at Salfa Energy, what we do is that we produce solar home systems from entry level to productive use, and we cut across different industries: domestic, commerce, agriculture, and healthcare. As it stands right now in the industry, we've been able to deploy over 200,000 products, impacting over 420,000 people with the help of 850 distribution partners. These are young men and women who want to ensure that their country is not left behind. Apart from that, we are also proud to say that in the year 2023, Salfa Energy has completed the construction and pre-commissioning of a state-of-the-art solar home system facility in Nigeria. Thank you. This facility has the capacity to deploy 500,000 solar home systems per annum. We've done this with the help of partners across the country, from Shell, USADF, the World Bank, Rockefeller Foundation, and many more. And we are so pleased to be part of the ISA family. And we look forward to growing the impact in the industry and working with member states. Thank you so much.
Next, we have the winners of problem statement 6, innovative business models of solar power to emerging use cases such as e-mobility, green hydrogen, round-the-clock power, battery waste management, etc. I call upon Off-Grid Box Rwanda to present about themselves, followed by Baku Motors.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by inviting you all to shake the hand of the person next to you. Thank you. If this room represented the demographics of all of the sub-Saharan African population, either you or the person you just shook hands with would not have access to energy, water, or both. My name is Jody Wu. I'm CEO of Off-Grid Box, and I'm here with my colleagues, Christian Yasashimwe, who supports us with our Off-Grid Box Rwanda operations, and Bas Behrens here filming, who supports our global partnerships. At Off-Grid Box, we deliver clean water, power, and resilience to anywhere in the world. At Off-Grid Box, we take a very untraditional approach. We prefabricate products to clarify the world's most contaminated waters without the use of any chemicals. And we deploy products with sustainability in mind, building businesses around our product portfolio. We are more than just your ordinary tech provider. Through our flagship product, the Off-Grid Box Pioneer, as you see up here, we've already been improving the lives and improving incomes, addressing 10 of the Sustainable Development Goals. We already do this in Rwanda. We actually have 17 of these in Rwanda. And if you have the time in the next few days, we welcome you to our offices here so you can see our products in action. We have 6 of them operating in refugee camps, providing power to 5,000 refugees, as well as powering businesses. We have another 6 powering health centers, while also selling clean water to the surrounding communities, each serving a catchment population of over 10,000 people. And we have 5 of them that are packaged water businesses that support over 150 shops with additional income. This is just a small snapshot of what we could be doing in your country. We want to be expanding into other places and doing more. With SolarX, what we're most excited about is not only will we bring clean energy, clean water, but we're also talking about clean cooking. At Off-Grid Box, we have patented technology where we have a hydrogen nozzle. So through electrolysis, energy and water, we can make gas. And with hydrogen gas, we can have clean cooking fuel. So what that means for you is when you tell your countries, stop cutting trees, it's not going to mean starve yourself. It's going to mean it's time to transition to a new world. We seek you as partners in government, health, and disaster relief to bring our model to the world. Just as you shook the hands of the person next to you at the beginning of this pitch, let's make this more than just a connection, but a collaborative commitment to a brighter future. Thank you.
Next, can we have Baku Motors on the stage, please?
Hi, everyone. I am Boubacar Siala, co-founder and CEO of Baku Motors. Baku Motors has developed and manufactured electric vehicle powered by solar energy, driven by sun, this one. It was a dream. We have created something different, a car charging itself. We believe that sustainable mobility should be available for everyone. That's why we have certified and homologate our production process, our assembly line, to be able to duplicate this production line, this factory, this micro factory in Africa. Soon, Rwandan people will produce their vehicle for Rwanda. Egyptian will produce their vehicle for Egypt. And We have at Baco Motors more than 47 employees. We export this vehicle to Germany, Qatar, Italy, Egypt, and we would like to see this vehicle in several African city and Indian city. I am really pleased to be part of ICA family. Thank you very much to have us. And we are really also proud to create job via Baco Motors. Why? Because Baco Motors, our customers, we delivered already more than 150 vehicles, and our customer is street food guys, logistic guys, small businesses, creating job in indirect and direct. Really, I would like here to thank the whole Baco team. Proud of you guys, and thank you very much.
Next, can we have on the stage the winners of problem statement 7, focusing on development of soft tools based on AI, IoT to improve the manufacturing, deployment, or integration of solar energy applications. I invite Arinifu Technologies, followed by Moment, to kindly present about themselves.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eda Wanjiru, co-founder at Arinefo. Imagine you're a day-old chick born without feathers. If you're kept in a room like this, you'd freeze to death. See, most farmers in sub-Saharan Africa understand this, but what they use are old and archaic methods, mostly charcoal stoves to keep their chicks warm. But you see, this has challenges. First of all, heat dissipates quite quickly. And second of all, it requires very close visual monitoring to ensure that the fire is always on. This requires farmers to wake up in the middle of the night to rekindle their fires. Now, fail to do this, and farmers will wake up in the morning to find 15, 20 chicks huddled together, dead. And so our solution for this is a smart brooder. It is a patented digital mother hen, an IoT device for energy management, which regulates both temperature and humidity. Now, for small-scale farmers, we use electrical and solar heaters, while for large-scale farmers, we use gas heaters with solar regulators to prevent any gas leakages. Now, this is important because as the chicks grow, their requirements change, but the smart brooder is able to adjust accordingly. We also have an SMS device. So it allows farmers to get SMSs, which gives them ease of mind, meaning they can go about their daily lives and get notifications. Now, we have been able to install the smart brooder in over 400 farms. And there's also a lot of social impact that goes into this. First of all, it empowers women because women are the most chicken farmers. Again, it reduces the carbon footprint because annually we reduce the use of charcoal by over 100 tons. And this, at the end of the day, helps put more money in the pockets of the farmers. Thank you.
Next, I invite Moment. I also request startups to kindly keep their presentations a little brief considering the paucity of time.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're still with me. So in the interest of time, I'll keep it brief. At the end of the 20th century, we required stock markets to fuel the industrial revolution and growth in the world economy. At the end of the 21st century, we require markets for energy. Moment, for the past 2 years, has specialized in putting real-world assets and enforceable legal contracts onto the blockchain. We're well known for being the #1 Web3 platform in Africa, for having 2 of the biggest auctions held on the continent, involving selling Nelson Mandela's official warrant of arrest as a digital twin, for example. And we're a proudly African tech startup, but we realized in early 2022 that without energy solutions, the country and us, again, as a tech startup, will suffer. We have a pipeline of over $100 million in solar projects that we're now opening up to a global DeFi market, decentralized finance market, where blockchain enables secure, transparent ownership, trade, and payment disbursements that are 10 times faster and cheaper than traditional rails. Projects that we've deployed are already set to offset 159 million kilograms of CO2 in the future. We thank you dearly for this recognition, and we're also proud to announce that we have been selected from a pool of 1,500 startups globally to join the UAE's Hub 71 program. We look forward to driving collaboration across Africa, India, and the Middle East, and to solve the energy crisis across the continent. Thank you.
Next, we have winners of problem statement 7, development of soft tools based on development of ecosystem in terms of manufacturing of balance of system components, such as high efficiency inverters, glass cover options for modules to maintain high transmittance and reduce use of water in cleaning, etc. I now invite Noor Nation, followed by Asakov Global Nigeria, to come present about themselves.
Hello, everyone. So probably everyone today or yesterday had enough food on their dining table for your breakfast or your dinner. What if in few years this amount of food will be halved to become unaffordable or unaffordable? In Egypt, farmers can spend up to $20,000 per year to provide electricity and safe water for their farming activities, such as water pumping for irrigation or desalinated water. So we have a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Roy Ramadan. I'm the co-founder at Noor Nation, and I have here co-founder and CTO Mohammed Khalid. Noor Nation is an Egypt-based startup developing and manufacturing innovative and technology-enabled decentralized infrastructure, water, and energy solutions. Our flagship product is called Livebox, which is a solar-powered, all-in-one, and self-contained unit that can deliver both clean electricity and safe water, either desalinated or purified, to serve farming activities such as water pumping for irrigation, water desalination or purification, and providing 24/7 electricity to those farming lands. So far, in Egypt, since we were incorporated in February 2022, we have developed and delivered 10 live boxes in 6 governorates in Egypt. And those live boxes are serving 550 acres of farming land, providing solar water desalination or purification and pumping for irrigation. We have mitigated more than 800 tons of CO2 equivalent and generated more than 100 megawatt hour of solar energy and desalinated more than 6 million liters of water and contributed to providing direct and indirect 100 jobs for those people working there in these farms. Our vision is to empower the lives of 1 million people in Africa by providing their daily life essentials of clean and safe water and energy from our innovation Livebox. We really thank Invest India and International Solar Alliance for being one of the winners and being one of the most innovative and scalable startups in Egypt. It is our pleasure to be here, and we are here not only for the ceremony, but also we have been looking for partners in sub-Saharan Africa to help us with our mission. For each 20K we raise, we can provide safe drinking water for more than 2,000 people, but also mitigate more than 200 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Asakov Global Nigeria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah from Asakov Global, and with me is my boss, our founder. His name is Jason. Thank you for having us here. A6GNO is a solar company based in Nigeria that focuses on the sales, the installation, and the repairs of solar system in Nigeria. Over the years, we've been able to empower ladies to allow for gender equality. We've had 3 successful editions, and we also carry out rural school electrification. We've done a fix-it tour that allows us to fix faulty solar systems, and for a long time we've had 40 systems fixed already, all this free. So also our innovative program Our innovative product is the Sunlighter. Sunlighter allows for both DC and AC functionalities. It is market friendly. It uses lithium batteries and can be used for up to 13 hours after full charge. So we want to thank the ISA and Invest India for this recognition, and we look forward to collaborating with investors through this platform. Thank you.
Next, we have winners of problem statement 9, development of high efficiency DC pumps with smart controller having potential for scalability and practical business models for dissemination. I invite Photons Energy, followed by North Light Solar, to kindly present about themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, the beautiful East African country with almost everything good, but it has got the challenges in energy. My name is Thomas Richard, the Managing Director of Photons Energy Limited, and I'm accompanied with my colleague, Technical Director, Roman Shayo. Well, Photons Energy, we are based in Arusha, Tanzania, and we are providing end-to-end solution in solar energy, which include the provision of solar power systems, solar water pumping systems, solar water heating systems, and also we have got the energy efficiency component. Tanzania has got the challenges that not the connectivity and power access is not is still low, and that's where we come in as Photons Energy. We reach out to different communities across the country, provide them with solution, including solar power system, solar water pumping system. And in solar water pumping systems, we focus on healthcare sector. We understand that across the country, there are health centers, there are dispensaries, health centers and hospitals that do not have access to electricity, and they still need to provide good services to the communities, and we help them provide them with those services, including also having clean water, which we integrate our solution of pumping water using the current technologies, which are cost effective, but also they are environmentally friendly. We also provide them with solar power systems, which can provide lighting and other uses for those health sector. We are also expanding, and we are, because the government also is trying to reach every point of the country, but we still need to support that because we are now entering to the C&I space. And in that area, we are calling upon partners to collaborate with us in that sector. And we thank this, the ISA and Invest India for giving us the opportunity, recognizing that there is something we can offer and giving us this opportunity so that we can be able to meet their investors, and we welcome them very much. Thank you so much.
Northlight Solar, please join us.
Thank you so much. I thought I was the only person from Ghana. Apparently, I saw a deputy minister, and it's refreshing to be part of the process. Ghana is the sweetest place for renewable. I welcome you all to visit Ghana someday. The innovation we have as a company is targeting female farmers in remote communities. We have been working throughout most communities, and the biggest challenge has been health, education, and access to livelihood. So for this particular innovation, we are targeting close to 1.8 million women who use primitive farming methods, who use fuel-based generator sets to pump water to farming sites, and who travel long distances to carry water on their heads to farm sites. So we are developing a system that allows women to be trained and have the skill to operate and maintain solar water pumping systems for farming. This will reduce rural-urban migration, increase impact in the area of agric and innovation in the area of income generation. Liberty has been behind the innovation, and she's with me here today. This is also possible because the Ministry of Energy and the Energy Commission and all the regulators in Ghana make the innovation interesting, flexible, and the way to go is to bring this to the world. We are proud to be part of this. We're happy to be selected, and we hope to see the future. Thank you so much.
Finally, we have the winners of problem statement 10, services or softwares which help in land mapping, example, geospatial drones. I invite our startups, G20 Energy and Energrow, the last but not the least, to kindly join us and present about themselves.
Good afternoon, everybody. Overnight, the price of fuel generators skyrocketed. As our president said, there's no more fuel subsidy in Nigeria. I'm Natasha, the co-founder of G20 Energy, and our solution helps companies like yours, solar businesses, to scale. We connect you to customers, suppliers, and technicians. Once the fuel subsidy had ended, we expected solar companies to jump into action and target all of these people that are looking for safer, cheaper alternative energy. However, we didn't see the skyrocket that we assumed to happen with solar. So what we produced was a technology platform that uses artificial intelligence to instantly match people with the best solar product for them in their locality. So what we're doing at the moment is trying to get as many people as possible to use our solar platform and be connected to solar companies, providing clean cook stoves and also rooftop solar products. For just $100, we launched our MVP that you can still use now at uwanaconnect.com. And we're able to get over 100,000 people to use our platform. We had a number of people really excited to get solar with this, and we're looking to really scale up our marketing and target numerous people across Nigeria and beyond with our technology platform. Thank you.
And last but not the least, Energrow, kindly come.
Thank you so much. My name is Aaron Leopold. I'm the CEO of Energrow, and this is Edwin, our managing director. We're going to share our 3 minutes. So Energrow is a company that helps make rural electrification financially viable for the first time in Africa. Right now, electrification in rural areas is donor dependent due to low consumption, making the economics of electrification extremely challenging, if not impossible. Energrow changes that.
Thank you, Aaron. Energrow, we're a microfinance business, we're asset finance, and we provide people at the lower end of the business business pyramid, business entrepreneurs with access to loans, affordable loans, which help them have access to income generating assets. And this fundamentally changes their lives, their incomes, and their livelihoods. But we also focus on financial literacy, engaging with the communities, enabling them to actually manage their resources and be able to pay for their loans.
Great. So what does this mean in practice? We sell carpentry equipment, agricultural processing equipment, electric cooking equipment, welding equipment, sewing machines, anything that uses electricity that can help people earn an income. That's our business. We partner with a national utility in Uganda, Umeme. We partner with mini grid companies. And on average, our customers are increasing their incomes by over 50% through our loans and our financial literacy programs. On average, these customers are consuming 400% more power than average in rural communities across Uganda. If you are representing a company or a country that is struggling with low demand in rural areas, we would love to talk to you. Energrow is raising our first investment round, and we're looking for new markets, and we would love to discuss this with you. Thank you.
Once again, we congratulate all the winners of SolarX Startup Challenge African Edition. And with that, I now invite Mr. Sabah Kalam to kindly deliver the vote of thanks, and with that, launch the SolarX Acceleration Program.
Thanks, Pallavi. Thanks to all the startups Of course, I mean, they have done really great work. You have seen the kind of innovations they have made, the kind of technologies they are using, and especially the passion that they have, the passion to change Africa. And they are the best 20 among the 180 applications that we received. We really appreciate their efforts and the noble endeavor they are undertaking. After we started this initiative at ISA, we at ISA feel very young. Also, our DG feels very young. So we are also trying to include AI in our work, especially some of the work around the green hydrogen. So that's the impact that we are also having within ISA because of such initiatives. So it's not only going to impact you, it's impacting us as well as we grow. This is just the beginning of the journey. We have to go a long way. We are going to support these startups on market access, connecting them to the investors, connecting them to the mentors. For that, we are launching a new program, which is an accelerator platform. And with this event, we are flagging off this particular program to help these startups access better markets, have good investors, have interested investors, and also get mentored by experts in the industry. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, delegates, for being so patient since morning. So with that, we close this particular event. We'll now break for lunch. The lunch is at the same place where we had yesterday. Please carry your badge for your lunch. At 3 p.m., we have organized a site visit to the Genocide Genocide Memorial. And Government of Rwanda is going to take us there. So please be there by 3. We will be there by 2:53 so that we sharply leave by 3. And Government of Rwanda is going to get us so easy access to the facility if we all go together. So please be there on time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Of course, of course. Amazingly happy to hear what you said. Your role and your I look forward to
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, fully branded, exactly.
The big boss.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yes.
Come on. Come on,
Please.
Want to check?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
And all good wishes and good keep in touch.
Thank you.
Are you leaving immediately? I'm leaving immediately. I'm told. Who's bacon?
ntabwo yari kunyereka.
Yeah, call me right.